that we have planned our first virtual IMA Cyprus training day and have opened it up for all IMA members so that everyone can join us in this learning experience. As we approach the end of sustainability theme that we have for our IMA trainings and conferences for the past 2 years now, if I'm correct, with the support of the European Institute of Management and Finance, we have organized today's training day, during which 4 remarkable ladies, each in her own expertise, will speak to us on how sustainability can act as a driver for positive change, both in our workplace and in our lives. As we all know, IMA aims to bring awareness, to inspire and to motivate its members to act as role models in contributing to a sustainable world. So we, as management assistants, can become sustainability leaders and professional ambassadors to encourage creativity, innovation and change, and to also come up with better solutions so that we develop and grow further as individuals. But what defines us to drive positive, sustainable change? Do we place sustainability at the heart of everything we do? And did you ever think that stress can have a positive impact? And how can we build resilience when something unexpected shakes things up? And how can we become more effective communicators? Such interesting topics that I really can't wait to hear our speakers sharing their knowledge and expertise with us today. So on behalf of the National Committee of IMA Cyprus, a very warm welcome to you all, and we do hope that you shall have a most fruitful day with us. Before we move on with our training, I would like to say that we are very happy and honored to have our Executive Chairman, Nina Onula, with us. And I would like to invite her to say a few words of welcome. Nina, thank you for being here with us. Thank you for your support. And if you can please say a few words to us.
Yes, thank you so much, Janet, Sophie, and Team Cyprus for facilitating this opportunity to really broaden our horizons today. And I'm so pleased to see that we have participants from many countries across the globe. Now 39 at the moment, and I see that more are joining all the time. So already this title of this training day is topical and very important. Sustainability as a driver for positive change. I'm stressing the word positive because I like the fact that it immediately gives a positive spin to these important topics. And I believe personally that through positive actions, be that then on a personal level, as an association or as a community, a notable difference can indeed be made. And today's keywords, alongside the sustainability and all that it entails, are communication, positive stress, resilience. All of these presentations, which will give us tools for going forward and support us in our personal lives and careers. And like Janet just said, and which was also in the welcome note sent out earlier, which was a very nice touch, something which can and should be repeated, that as management assistants and above all as individuals, we can become sustainability ambassadors. Indeed, we encourage change, creativity, and innovation. So that was very well summarized, I felt. And unfortunately, I'm not able to be here for the full day, but I'm very much looking forward to being here for as much as I can and participate for some parts, at least. So thank you so much, and wishing us all a very fruitful training day.
Thank you so much, Nina. Thank you. Before I give the stage to Sophie, I would also like to repeat that according to the GDPR feedback that we have received from participants, we kindly ask you to refrain from posting any photos or videos on social media. And we thank you for your understanding. So Sophie, Back to
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Nina. I think some very beautiful, I will call them, points were both said and raised. And I think we're all quite excited to hear what our experts are going to share with us today. Before we go on to meet our experts, I would like to introduce to you Marios Chathas, who's the CEO of the European Institute of Management and Finance, to say a few words. Marios.
Hi, good morning from me as well. I'm so glad we're doing this today actually. It's been a year in planning, I would say, Stiliana, since we started with a live event last year. Just to say a couple of things about the EIMF. EIMF, it's an educational group. We started our working with professionals in several sectors around 6 years ago now. Actually, it's exactly 6 years ago now. 26 March of 2015. So closing into our 6-year anniversary. Currently, we have premises in 3 different countries. We have 3 different operations, schools, the EIMF, the London Governance and Compliance Academy, and New Horizons Computer Learning Center. So we train around, I would say, around 10,000 people annually. From all over Europe and mainly from all over the world in some cases as well. Our programs are mainly professional certification kind of programs, so skills that people need to get into to a new job, or skills that they need to reskill or upskill to get a different job or a better job at their employer. We mainly focus on financial services, professional services, kind of firms, IT technology firms, and insurance firms, etc. Of course, I'm not going to bore you with everything that we do. You can easily go to our website and check out all the information there. I would like to say, though, that it was a great experience for us to work with Stiliana and the team here in Cyprus to organize this event. I felt Stiliana breathing down my neck pretty much every day. She was pushing it. She was suggesting things. She was changing things, but all in a good way to get to this day and have an excellent event. I would also like to thank her that until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning this morning, she was still sending emails to make sure that everything goes well for all the 50 or so participants we have online now. So I hope you enjoy the day. I would like to also thank Irini, Levki, Avier, our trainers who are in this today with us. And they are again taking their whole Saturday to be with us because they also want to be here all day long. And also, of course, Sophie Kyriakou, who's going to be moderating and hosting this with us today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Marios.
Sophie, you're muted.
You're ready?
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Marios. And just to add on to what Marios said, EIMF, we really are there to work with you as professionals. So please feel free to contact us, share with us, so we can all the time be looking and helping professionals in Cyprus and the wider area. So let us move on now to make a start with our exciting day. Our first expert today is Irene Lugaidis, who will be introducing what I thought was a very interesting title, Sustainability, a New Buzzword or a Tool for Operational Excellence. For sure, we're looking forward to hearing the answers. Just a couple of things to say about Irene herself. That, of course, she brings over 18 years of experience, having held many leadership positions across the board and in different types of industries. She had a little quote, which I thought was very nice. I'm just going to read that to you, and then we'll move on with her. She said, "I believe that solving the world's most challenging societal problems requires new ways of thinking and behaving, both on a personal and a collective level." So I'll leave you on that note and move forward with Irene Lugaidis. Over to you, Irene.
Thank you, Sophie, and good morning to everyone. I'm so happy to be with you today and to be speaking among such wonderful speakers, each renowned in their field. I felt such a positive vibe when you all joined in the call with people from all over the world, from Nicosia, Athens, Paris, Helsinki, South Africa, Manchester, United Kingdom. Thank you all for being here today to listen about what we have to say. Now, before we start, I would like to say a few words about who we are and what we do, and most importantly, why we do it. Grow Sustainability Consulting was founded with the vision of contributing in the creation of a just and sustainable world through purpose-led mobilization of resources. Our mission is to help organizations grow in a sustainable way through positive social impact and creating meaningful human connections. Our goal is to deliver sustainability expertise that assists organizations to improve their performance through the development and implementation of impactful sustainability strategies, thus creating added value both for the organizations that employ our services, but also the society at large. We're very passionate about tackling the challenges facing society today, and we know that no single individual, organization, or even sector can do it alone. We work with diverse organizations that are unified in their desire to create value and deliver much desired change. We truly believe in the power of mobilizing resources for the greater good and helping those with resources manage them in a way that has a positive environmental and social impact, but is also sustainable enough to ensure that they can do it over and over again over time. So today I am going to be speaking to you about sustainability. It's a word that has become very popular lately, but is sustainability just another buzzword, or is it a tool for business excellence? I will let you answer that at the end of my presentation. Not many people know exactly what sustainability means. Does anyone want to unmute themselves and tell us, or write it in the comment section? I would be very happy to hear your thoughts about it and your take on it. Anyone? Okay, so according to the United Nations definition, which was first introduced in 1987, sustainability is meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. The concept of sustainability is based on three main pillars: people, profit, and planet. Some people are more familiar with the term corporate social responsibility, but that only focuses on the social aspect of things and ignores the importance of environmental management and protection. And as you all know, climate change is now one of the biggest societal threats that we urgently need to address. Also, financial prosperity allows us to invest in research and the technology to make the necessary changes to preserve the environment and take further action that will ensure the sustainability of our planet and society as a whole. So all three pillars are equally important. Now, another term used to describe corporate responsibility is ESG, which means environment, society, and governance. An organization's sustainable development depends on many factors, such as its sensitivity in environmental issues, its social contribution, as well as its governance policies. And governance is equally important if corporations are to be held accountable and responsible for their actions. And there is now a clear link between a company's financial performance and its ESG strategy. So it's important to understand how all these factors affect an organization and its impact, and use clear key performance indicators that provide the metrics to facilitate decision-making. And that is why a lot of investment firms and banks rely on these metrics and ratings to decide whether to invest in a company. Companies that respond well to these metrics are more likely to perform well financially. And this is a huge trend worldwide. That is why we see a lot of green bonds gaining ground. Now, the purpose of an organization is usually a peripheral activity and not seen as a necessity. When purpose is placed at the heart of business strategy and leadership commits to sustainable development, then not only is the organization more fit to deal with a rapidly changing environment, but it also responds to stakeholders' needs and expectations. Sustainability is more than just making a donation or planting trees, recycling, etc. Sustainability is about making real contributions to your community and the world at large, even if no one is watching. Sustainability is about bridging the gap between profit and purpose. Sustainability is sometimes seen as a cost rather than a value creator, or if you like, a nice to have rather than a must have. However, sustainability can drive innovation, brand differentiation, and win business. If recognized as an organic business tool, it can become a long-term success factor and a strong competitive advantage. 73% of European businesses agree that ignoring sustainability would affect their company's ability to create long-term value, a clear signal that the issue is rising up the business agenda. Driven by a developing societal awareness, companies face growing demands to conduct their business ethically and sustainably. And as we go through one of the worst global crises, organizations are facing increased pressures to be sustainable and responsible, whether that's from clients, employees, regulatory bodies, shareholders, or any other relevant stakeholders. These pressures have been articulated in international documents and agreements, of which the UN Sustainable Development Goals have gained particular prominence. These are 17 goals to, among others, end poverty, fight inequality, improves people's health and well-being, and tackle climate change by 2030. These goals were set in 2015 during the UN Sustainable Development Summit. Being now in 2021, I have serious doubts as to whether any of these goals are going to be met in less than 10 years. Therefore, governments, corporations, and NGOs need to work collectively and intensely to achieve these objectives, or else set more realistic ones for the next period. To keep up with these ever-increasing demands, it is not enough for companies to just be aware of and express a commitment to sustainability. What was good enough yesterday is no longer sufficient today. Value is no longer just defined in financial terms, but it is also measured by positive and sustainable societal impact through specific international standards, such as the Global Reporting Initiative. GRI has developed a clear set of rules on how to report or disclose, if you like, your company's non-financial performance, or what we call sustainability performance. And using the GRI standards, companies report on the following three main pillars: the environment, society, and governance, ESG, as we mentioned before. Now let's start with the E and watch a small clip to explain the general framework and relevant regulation. Now, thankfully, since the production of this video and with Biden's election in the White House, the US is back in the Paris Agreement, which is a very positive development. Now, moving on to EU legislation, and more specifically, the European Green Deal, sustainability disclosures are expected to become stricter due to the catastrophic effects of climate change, and reporting criteria is also about to get stricter. So it's not going to be just expected of public or large-sized organizations, as the case is now. And this is an opportunity, because if a company wishes to stay ahead of their game, they must be proactive and not wait for sanctions to be imposed to get a start. So it's not just about regulatory compliance, but it's about acquiring a tool for operational excellence, as the title of this presentation shows. Now, I have a small quiz for you. How do you think we can best achieve the EU Green Deal by 2030? Is it by limiting air travel globally to 2 trips a year, or by limiting animal produce intake by 99%? Please write your answers in the comment section to see if anybody manages to get it right. Let's see. I can't see the chat box.
Would you like me to read them out for you?
Yes, please, because I can't see the
no worries.
on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, let's see what we have. I have a both with a question mark, another both with question mark. Limited animal produce, limited animal produce.
We have a lot of comments, both.
Both. Animal intake, both. Limiting produce, both. Well, it looks like most people think we need to do both of these, Irene.
We need to do both, but if we had to choose one, limiting our animal produce intake is definitely a better way to go. Scientists say that we have more of a chance to achieving our goal if we all limit our animal intake. Actually, I've read recently that serving a steak does more damage to the environment than taking a flight from London to Paris. So I guess we all need to re-examine our daily habits and do whatever we need to do to help the climate change.
So well done to the team. Most people, I think, got that one right then, Irene.
Yes, well done to the team. So moving on to the farm to fork strategy, which is an integral part of the EU Green Deal. I have another small clip to show you.
Which do you believe is the most important? To produce enough nutritious, affordable food for every person, or protect the future of our planet? We don't believe we should have to choose. As the European Green Deal sets out to make Europe the world's first climate-neutral continent, farm to fork is at its heart. Investing billions of euros into research and technologies, transforming how we produce, distribute, and consume our food for healthy people, healthy societies, and a healthy planet, and at the same time creating new opportunities for consumers, farmers, and the food industry. It's time to reshape tomorrow, to move from an ideal to a reality, from a way of eating to a way of life, from farm to fork. Do you have the appetite for change?
I hope I have converted some of you to become vegan or at least vegetarian following this presentation.
Which?
Sorry. Yeah. Now, this pandemic brought a lot of weaknesses of our systems to the surface. And when everything stopped during the first lockdown, the planet finally got to breathe. And this video depicts this perfectly. Let's have a look.
I want you to stop. Just stop what you are doing. Don't move. Just listen to what I have to say. I have come to help you all, to remind you all, to bring you all to your senses. The roller coaster of Earth began to run off its rails. Stop everything. Stop the planes, the cruises, the factories, the shopping malls, the gatherings, the parties. Stop it all. You've got no choice. I've brought everything to a halt for you all to listen You don't ever get to play God. The killing, the selfishness, the pain, the destruction, the animosity, the lack of compassion, the lack of care, the lack of love. Hunger worldwide, poverty worldwide, killing worldwide, suffering worldwide. Enough. I have had to come to bring a halt to all of this. I could no longer stand and watch the firestorms, the melting glaciers, the sinking cities, the destructive weather, and you still didn't listen. You wouldn't listen, but it's really hard to when you're so busy climbing higher and higher on your selfish desires. I've now come to make you listen and to save you, to help you all listen. I'm sorry for setting alight firestorms inside your body. I'm sorry for drowning your lungs. I'm sorry for isolating you all alone, but I've had to, so that you all listen. And now that you're listening, I want you to listen closely. Stop the killing. Stop the suffering. Stop the hurting. Stop the selfishness. Stop the destruction. Look at yourselves and start putting things right. I will leave now, but don't make me return.
Very touching. It was initially produced in Italian, but it became so viral, this video, that they translated it into English. So COVID-19 has forced us to examine our food chains, our production methods, etc. Overconsumption of animal produce and bad practices of mass production led to the mutation of viruses that make them easily transmissible and more difficult to cure. So any corporation that belongs in this ecosystem has a responsibility to take action on at least some of these issues. Philanthropy is always good, but if we don't target the root of the problem and embed sustainable business practices throughout our business model, then we cannot be considered good corporate citizens. So when doing our initial sustainability readiness assessment, which is a type of audit to check a company's maturity with regards to sustainability, some important questions these are some of the important questions to ask about the environment. Is environmental protection considered in your organization's business strategy? Does your organization undertake any mitigation measures to minimize the environmental impact of its operations? All of these questions, including this one, what is your organization doing with regards to its environmental footprint? Is it taking action to reduce energy, water, and waste consumption? Does your organization actively participate in campaigns concerning climate change and the protection of natural resources? So all of these questions, as I said, help us identify any gaps or weaknesses that we need to build on and develop in our environmental strategy and action planning. Now, moving on to my favorite initial, the S, although it is indeed trickier to measure, it has gained particular prominence worldwide during the pandemic with campaigns that you might have heard of, like Black Lives Matter, Amazon workers rising against poor labor practices during the first lockdown, and so on and so forth. But how can we define social contribution? We first need to identify the needs and expectations of the society in which we operate, as well as the effects that our operations have on it and the environment, and then take into account these effects to find out ways in which to mitigate them in our strategic planning, as well as decisions for future investments. We then need to form collaborations with the local community, for example, with non-governmental organizations, municipalities, educational and research institutions, medical centers, chambers, etc., in order to financially or otherwise contribute and support the development of the local community. This could be through employment of local population, development of infrastructure for the protection and promotion of the environment or local heritage and culture, the implementations of actions to support vulnerable population groups, the use of local producers, etc. And then, of course, we need to engage in a constructive dialogue with representatives of the local community and society in which we operate through various communication channels to understand their priorities on important sustainability issues and CSR, but also the degree of their satisfaction with our performance in these. We need to provide clear, sufficient, and useful information to customers about safe and environmentally sound use of products and services, as well as any other issues such as pricing, conditions, warranty, returns, customer rights and obligations, etc. We need to have a clear process of after-sales service and systematically measure indicators, grievance management practices, dispute resolution, and the degree of satisfaction of our customers and improvements that are made on the results of these surveys. For example, develop mechanisms and procedures for retaining loyal customers through customer loyalty cards, etc. Now, moving on to human resources issues. We need to have clearly recorded procedures which are communicated to all our employees on matters such as recruitment, promotions, enforcement of disciplinary sanctions, dispute resolution, etc. And we've all seen how important occupational health and safety is during COVID. Wellness at work is extremely important, especially with younger generations whose priorities have changed. A title and a good paycheck are no longer enough to attract good talent. Some companies are offering gym, entertainment, lunches, kids supervision, mental health support, etc. Moving on to diversity and inclusion, we need to make sure that there are adequate diversity and inclusion strategies at all levels, at board level, management level, employee level, and we need to ensure that all employees are provided with equal opportunities for education, personal and professional development and improvement, regardless of the form of their contract, their gender, their age, their nationality and religion, and based on their individual needs identified through defined channels of communication between management and staff. The organization provides a working environment free from all forms of discrimination and promotes the principle of equal pay for equal work. And finally, innovation. We need to make sure that we systematically engage all of our stakeholders to collect, evaluate, and implement their ideas or suggestions for the improvement or for the introduction of new procedures, products, and services that promote CSR. This could be through suggestions for more environmentally friendly packaging, ideas to reduce energy, water, or other natural resources in the production process, etc. We need to integrate innovation in our business strategy to strengthen our competitiveness and cooperate with professional organizations and bodies such as research centers, universities, for the exchange of views, experience and good practices, both in business innovation issues, as well as the implementation of joint innovative actions with positive social impact. All this builds market reputation based on responsible entrepreneurship through patterns, awards, recognitions for innovation, and competitiveness. And that leads us to the G for governance. Good governance is fundamentally about improving transparency and accountability within existing systems. Therefore, in order for a company to have good governance, it must, of course, first fully comply or even exceed the requirements of applicable legislation and the regulations governing its operation, and must often adopt or implement a standard, a tool related to these issues. These can be various ISO certifications, for example. Excuse me. In this context is, of course, GDPR, which you must have all heard of, which secures customer consent, restrictions on the collection, retention, and use of data, adequate security in their storage, etc. Excuse me. Now, in the organization, we must make sure that there is a notified code of ethics and conduct based on our business values and principles, and determines the obligations of our employees and how we should behave within the organization, with particular emphasis placed on the principles of accountability, integrity, and transparency. We must make sure also that there are applied reporting policies and procedures regarding whistleblowing for concerns and incidents, complaint management policies, anti-bribery policies, conflict of interest policies, etc., etc. The roles and responsibilities of our management, executives, and staff must be clear and well communicated, while there is a system for monitoring the performance, conduct, and practices of management and executives, for example, through 360-degree evaluation systems, etc. And lately, we've even had announcement from Fortune 500 companies, executive compensation linked to sustainability objectives, which is, again, a very positive development. And of course, we must also measure the effectiveness of the company's control functions through internal audit procedures. Now, another huge chapter under the governance pillar is also value chain management. We must try to align our culture and values with our external partners and suppliers. And we can do this by establishing a dialogue with them to understand their position on important issues such as sustainability. We have to make sure that there's an established and clear process for the selection and evaluation of our suppliers, and that takes into account their corporate behavior. It's not enough that we demonstrate responsibility in all aspects of our operation, but our partners must too. They must follow decent work practices and fair treatment practices, such as prohibiting child labor. We must make sure that they do not commit any human rights violations, such as human trafficking, etc. Now, we have a methodology in place for sustainability integration, but sustainability is an organizational change issue. You can have the best plan in the world for your sustainability, but it can still fail if it's not effectively embedded into business priorities, processes, rewards, and of course, culture. Many companies don't have a dedicated sustainability department with a chief sustainability officer, and one is not always necessary, but a team whose members come from all departments of the organization is. Sustainability needs to start being embedded in job descriptions, and commitment from the top is a must if the working group is to devote time and effort in achieving sustainable development goals. Sometimes introducing incentives for employee contribution towards these is a way to ensure commitment. Now, contributing to a sustainable future can bring a range of benefits. Sustainability does more than just help members of our community. In the short term, you will benefit from enhancement of your sustainability credentials, meeting and moving ahead of pressures from regulators and stakeholders, and finding efficiency-based cost savings too, as well as increasing profit. Long-term benefits include enhanced relations with stakeholders, such as higher customer satisfaction, investor support, and better employee relations. It motivates your personnel to know that they are actively being involved in a higher purpose more than their employees' profitability. It lowers risks in your value chain, It helps to build a positive image of your company and, of course, enhances reputation. It creates trust in a brand and in some cases even changes perceptions of who the company is and what they care about. And at the end of the day, knowing that you're doing the right thing for your children and grandchildren. Now I have a small test for you. I would like you to please write in the comments all the new words and terms or abbreviations that you've learned so far about sustainability to see who's been listening. I would like Sophie's help with this because I can't see the chat section while I'm sharing my screen.
No worries at all. I will tell you as things come in, and then after that I also have a few other questions that are coming for you, so we're going to keep you busy, Irene.
No problem, we have time for questions and answers at the end. I will be more than happy to answer any questions that you have.
So let's see what's coming in here. 1 second, so we can... So we have, should we just read them out to you? Yeah, is that okay?
Yes, please.
So we have from one participant, ESG Green Deal, GRI GDPR, GRI ESG and GDPR, bringing the gap between profit and purpose, ESG Green Bonds, Green Deal. I think that's all the questions I see.
In every area.
Yes. Another GDPR, GRI and ESG answer here.
I'm so happy to see that some of this is sinking in. So
I think a lot of it is sinking in,
yes.
Irene, and judging by the comments of everybody during the in the chat, people I think are both touched and makes people stop and think, and sometimes although we know things, we need a little reminder as such to remind us and to look at each of ourselves as individuals and ask ourselves again, what are we doing? Are we doing something? What can we do?
Absolutely, Sophie, thank you for pitching in. Absolutely right. So as you've seen, this is a whole new language and we need to learn to speak it. So going back to my initial question, is sustainability just another buzzword or is it a tool for operational excellence? What would you answer now after having patiently sat through my presentation? But to end with a positive note, we are being now faced with a unique opportunity following the pandemic to restart and build back better, because companies can only flourish in a healthy society, not just free of disease, but based on healthy values, healthy structures, healthy processes and systems in all sectors and at all levels. And I would like to close my presentation with this lovely quote, which says, "The days are gone when being aware of sustainability issues was enough. Today, we must translate awareness into actions, use sustainability as a competitive advantage, and reflect on the wider purpose of our business." Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to
thank you, Irene,
to hear your questions and discuss any concerns that you have.
Okay, first of all, just to say to you, just so you feel better and more sure that if people were listening, people have actually answered to the question that you asked at the beginning.
Thank you so much.
I think people are very much aware of it is not surely just a buzzword. Now I have two questions for you. One is particularly a local one, let's say, and the question is how do businesses in Cyprus embrace sustainability, and what are the biggest challenges here on the island?
Mm-hmm. Well, we are a bit behind on the subject of sustainability because there is a misconception about what sustainability is. A lot of corporations in Cyprus think that sustainability is philanthropy, which is not the case, as I've explained in my presentation. Now, with EU legislation becoming stricter and companies having to disclose more and more on their sustainability initiatives and actions, I believe Cyprus will move forward in becoming more sustainable, more sustainably conscious, if you like, on these issues. For example, in 2018, we only had 8 companies that disclosed on non-financial issues. So this number is expected to incrementally increase in the next years. And we see a lot of interest from Cypriot companies on the subject. And we're very happy that we're having these conversations more and more lately. I can't hear you, Sophie.
Thank you, Irene. Lots of comments to say thank you to you for your presentation. So that's lovely. And I actually have one more question for you. If we have the time and you can, could you explain a little more on executive compensation linked with sustainability?
Yes. When a company discloses on various sustainability issues, they also disclose their goals. For example, we want to become climate neutral by 2030. If they do not achieve this objective, part of their salary will not be paid to directors. Does this answer your question? Is this clear?
I believe that does answer the question that came in, and it's actually a very interesting answer, I would say. Anybody else who wants to just freely ask a question, please do so. I don't have any other questions that have come in through the chat. Anybody would like to make a last question to Irene?
Sophie, can I ask something?
Of course.
Irene, thanks. Very, very interesting things that we saw. I'll ask a question, share an experience, I guess, and that experience will come with a question also. In trying to balance everything, I mean, there are some huge things that need to be done. I mean, you said it as well. The numbers are there, and the numbers are very difficult to change also, and it would take many years. In about 2 years ago, I took my first cruise ever. I've never been on a cruise. After the cruise, I went home and I started reading about cruises. And then I regretted the fact that I took a cruise because I saw what environmental issues cruises create. But at the same time, I became, let's say, an opponent or against cruises. Everybody who talks about cruises will say, don't go because of this and this and that. But at the same time, I'm thinking about the thousands of people who are working cruise ships, the thousands of governments who are dependent because of the small islands all over the world that they're expecting those cruises to go. So how do you balance that? Because for me, if you take cruises off the map, you are helping so much. I mean, those numbers change.
Yes, it takes me back to my flight versus stake question. I was hearing a presentation last night, actually. It was in the United States by the sustainability team at Tide. Tide is a washing detergent. We don't actually have it in Cyprus, but I'm sure many of you have heard of it. And they were presenting all of the wonderful things that they're doing for sustainability. But through some research that they did, they discovered that the biggest concern was the energy used by customers, not the factories or the supply chain, etc., etc. So what they are now doing is launching a huge campaign prompting customers, which are about, we're talking about billions, to always wash in cold water, which means that way they will be reducing the energy emissions in every load of washing that they're doing, which is about 45 billion loads of washing. So you can imagine a small act, a small habitual change and behavioral change can make a huge difference. So it doesn't matter if I'm sure cruising companies are doing a lot to make sure that they keep their passengers safe. They're, as you said, contributing to the local community through employment opportunities, through using local producers, and so on and so forth. But it's also a matter of customer behavior. So at the end of the day, it's a matter of collaboration between society, the government, and the private sector. If we all come together with a common goal to change things, then I'm sure we will be able to make a positive social impact.
Thank you, Irene. I guess like with most things, it's about each individual doing their bit, and also the awareness. Your example that you gave about the washing detergent, my kids who are in primary school, they actually talked about this in school and came home one day and they were asking about the issue of the detergent, and they also were telling me how much water goes into one load of washing. So even that in itself, actually getting children at primary school age to start to be aware of these things are all small steps in the right direction. So thank you very much for that. I do have one more question that has come in while we were having a chat about Mario's question. How can sustainability be embedded in job descriptions going forward?
I will tell you a small example of a client we had. We are cooperating with an environmental engineer and do these environmental audits. So during an environmental audit, they saw that there was a huge consumption of electricity between the times of 6 in the morning and 9 in the morning, when in fact everyone gets on the job at 9. So they were wondering why this huge electricity, production during these times when nobody's working at this time. It was the cleaners that were coming in to clean the offices. They would switch on the air conditioning and they would leave it on until 9 o'clock when all the other employees would come. So it's a huge chain. And even the last employee in this chain has a huge role to play in sustainability. So they all need to be trained and informed about this subject, and it needs to start to be embedded in their job descriptions. And what do I mean about that? Usually we mention sustainability in executives' speeches. We have them printed out on posters, but at the end of the day, what is being done about it? When someone is being recruited, do they know that they must also consider sustainability issues? As we've mentioned in my presentation, it is a subject that concerns all departments, not just the marketing department or just the HR department. It concerns all departments. So everybody in their job role must have sustainability mentioned there, whether they have to actively do something about it or not. So I believe that it's a huge starting point, and HR professionals need to definitely consider this to start making a real impact.
Thank you very much for that, Irene. And I would for sure agree that our HR professionals and companies from director level need to really start to look at this and see how it can be embedded in everything we do, basically. And for sure, having it printed there, I think is an important step. So, any more last questions for Irene?
Can I ask a question?
Sophie, yeah? I think there are another 2 questions.
Okay, we have one more. One more. So, could this be an onboarding matter of a new employee joining the company? Is the question. I'm not sure how that was perhaps already answered in your.
Yes, definitely. I believe it could be. I mean, even at the interview stage, you could ask a potential employee what they know about sustainability, if they've done anything about sustainability, and even provide incentives to employees to be more actively involved. I mean, some companies are giving free volunteering time to their employees to provide help in the community in any way that they like. So I believe it could be part of the onboarding process. Yes, definitely. I think Heather wanted to ask a question as well. Yes, Heather?
Very simply, if you were saying to an assistant, we'd like you to be more sustainable in your behaviours, what could we give? What ideas, what's actually practical things can they do day to day to achieve that?
Another example, I mean, it could be printing emails for their managers. So it's one small way of making a difference. Stop printing your manager's emails. Start recycling shredded paper. You know, switch off the light whenever you're leaving the room. It could be small things like that. It doesn't have to be all about the environment. It could be anything, but I'm just telling you off the top of my head two or three small examples that I
can think. That's good. So it's all those small things that they all add up, don't they?
But they do make a huge difference.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Great presentation.
I think also on that note that as management assistants, it is good to be able to make these suggestions, because sometimes some management, maybe they are not aware of the little things that they can do. Or, I mean, I know a classic example that I came across recently of a director and an older guy, let's say, who was obviously used to working in a different way. And when I was speaking with his assistant, and I said to her, well, you can ask him to go to the link here to see. And she said, no, I need to print it for him. And I said, well, everything's online. No, but I need to print it for him. So she was not in a position perhaps to, but I'm sure that as management assistants, you know, there is a role to play and to make suggestions and to say, you know, perhaps we can look at doing it this way, or let's have a look at it on the screen, or ABC. So I think there are little things that as management assistants everybody can do.
One of the positive things that the pandemic has left us is that we were all forced to transform our lives digitally faster than we were aiming to. So we always need to look at the bright side of things and take the positives and get rid of the negatives.
Yeah, I think that has forced a lot of people to even learn new things that perhaps they thought they didn't need to learn, or perhaps they thought they were too old to learn, or perhaps. So I think in this last year, for sure, people have had to do things and learn things. And as we all know, you know, learning is not just about a certain type of people or a certain age group. It's a lifelong journey, and whatever our age, we can still be learning new things. So I think there is for sure a positive there, as Irene said, to end on a nice positive note. So thank you very much, Irene, for a very enlightening presentation.
Thank you to the EIMF and Marios for inviting me, and the IMA for hosting this. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Thank you, Irene. I hope you were to stay with us for the day. And perfect. So moving on to our next topic, let's say, and our next expert. Our next topic is actually stress. The positive impact of stress. Now, I'm sure we all know, and we've all been through it, and we're there to deal with the stress of our families and our kids and everybody. So we're very much looking forward to hearing some pointers from our expert on this topic. To present this topic today, we have Lefki Angeli. Welcome, Lefki. Lefki herself is actually well, I call her an EQ expert because she really is her strong understanding of human behavior and what motivates and drives this behavior. I think is what is her baby, let's say. Lefki, she brings with her again over 20 years of experience. She works with professionals in a learning environment, coaching, teaching. But not only, Lefki also works with schools, children, because of course dealing with many issues begins from younger ages. So she has a lot of both knowledge, expertise, and we're very much looking forward to what she will share with us today. So over to you, Lefki, to begin our rethinking of stress. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
I would like to begin today by introducing you to Marie, somebody who I've been working with for a few years now. Marie works in a high-pressured industry, long days, tough targets, big demands, and little room for error. She's always felt the pressure of her job, but a couple of years ago, she began to experience a great deal of stress, caused partly by the continuously increasing high demands of the job, but even more so by the relationship with her new manager. Marie had worked very well with her previous manager, who readily showed his support and care for his staff. Her new manager had a very different approach, a very different style. Sometimes, she said, he just loses it, he shouts. Other times, he gives me these looks as if to say, what is this? He only sees the bad, never any of the good, not a single well done, not a single bravo. I've had it. Although she used to love her job, now she's enjoying it and engaging with it less and less. Her new manager's commanding style has made her think and feel very differently about her job. She's pulled further and further away, doing the bare minimum, just so that she doesn't have too much to do with him. And this is affecting her ability to do a good job. And she knows the stress she's experiencing isn't good for her. It's already affecting her physically with headaches, upset stomach, and general feelings of fatigue, low energy. And all of this stresses Marie even more. It's draining her energy. Does any of that sound familiar to any of you guys? I can see some heads nodding. I'm sure it does. Marie is suffering from stress. She's unhappy, she's anxious, she's disengaged. But why am I talking to you about Marie? Why am I telling you about Marie? Why should you care? I'm telling you because stress is growing in the workplace, and that damages people, it damages teams, companies, and it definitely doesn't support the concept of sustainability. Irene shared with us earlier what sustainability is and all of the areas that it impacts inside and outside the office. And I think sustainability at work also requires a mindset in which issues like our planet and our future, but also our employees' health and well-being are a priority. And stress is one of the greatest threats to our well-being. It's draining our energy, leaving people like Marie, like me, like you, unable to sustain the performance that we know we can, vulnerable, and maybe our contribution falling. So today, I am going to talk a little bit about stress.
Before you start, Lefki, just to mention to you, I'm not sure you can see the chat as you're going away, but we already have people beyond the nodding of the heads actually saying yes, sadly yes, unfortunately yes.
Well, I hope that by the end of today, we can find a way so that we're not putting that hope, sadly, before the yes. We'll want to switch our mindset a little bit from how we're currently thinking about stress. And so maybe at the end, you can tell me if this is something that you think you could do. So today's short training is going to cover 3 areas. Just very quickly, I'll set the context a little bit by looking at what stress is and why we believe it to be so bad for us. Have a look at some of the science and the research that's been conducted around the issue of stress and the power that our mindset has on how we experience and how we cope with stress. And then to have a look at a very simple 3-step process that can help us do something different with the stress that we have in our lives. And please feel free at any time to unmute yourselves. I can't see the chat, but maybe Sophie, if something comes in, feel free to stop me, and I'm quite happy to answer questions as we go along, or you can leave them to the end if there's many. I leave it up to you.
Okay, I will keep track of the questions, and if it's appropriate at a moment, I will ask it. Otherwise, we will address it at the end. No problem.
Okay, so our current mindset has this as a common visual associated with stress. For the last 50 years or even more, we've been bombarded with messages that stress is bad for us. And I'm sure we've all been warned to be careful because stress will kill us. The World Health Organization cites stress as a plague of the 21st century, as an epidemic in many countries, and as the #1 health issue in the United States. And stress is linked to the 6 leading causes of death: heart disease, cancer, lung ailments, accidents, cirrhosis of the liver, and suicide. And some research has even concluded that not only is stress bad for us at an individual level, but it's actually a threat to the survival of humanity itself. And stress has created a multi-billion-dollar industry with books on how to reduce stress, stop worrying, how to avoid stress, how to be a happy person. The implication being that we can't be happy if we have stress in our lives. And it's not just books. There are applications that we can download to help us combat and fight stress. There are journals and coloring books and mandalas to help us get rid of stress, and a vast number of stress management programs that we can attend, again, to help us eliminate stress from our lives. This is what Marie was trying to do. She was trying to get rid of the stress by pulling herself away from the stressor, which was her boss. And yet there's also considerable scientific evidence that suggests that stress can be a good thing. And in fact, getting rid of stress from our lives could do us damage. It could be bad for us. It could cap our potential. And stress has been found to do many, many positive things for us. Enhance performance and productivity, allowing people to reach new heights, enhance memory, increase brain processing speed, focus our attention more clearly, even to improve our recovery time from illness and injury, enrich the relationships we have with the people around us, and generally to help us appreciate life more. So how can stress be harmful and debilitating, but also enhancing and beneficial? In fact, can it be both? What do you think about stress? Is it enhancing for you? Is it an energy that fuels you? Or is it debilitating? Is it something that drains you of your energy, just like it was draining Marie's? I don't know if you've got any comments, any answers there, Sophie?
Enhancing.
Excellent.
I've got a couple of enhancing actually. And I have a positive stress is brilliant. It fuels me, can be both. Both, I have quite a few boths.
Okay.
So generally I think people are seeing the positive side, but also acknowledging that it can sometimes drain.
for sure. And it does. There's no denying in some situations, stress can have damaging effects, but a lot depends on what we do with that stress, how we actually think about the stress. So for a very long time, we believed stress to be a bad thing. We believed stress to be debilitating, and there was no idea that stress could actually be beneficial or something good for us. Until back in 2009, a group of psychologists conducted a series of studies to evaluate how much the effects of stress are actually determined by a person's mindset, by the way we actually think about stress. So they devised a study wherein they took employees from various organizations and they taught them about the positive effects of stress and that they were experiencing, and to see whether this would reduce the damaging effect that people were reporting they were experiencing because of stress, and also whether it would increase positive effects that people were experiencing. And the results of this study showed that their hypothesis was correct. The effects of stress were dependent on mindset. So employees who received training on the fact that stress is enhancing were able to see significant improvements in their well-being and their effectiveness in work. So things like less headaches, less backache, less insomnia, less hypertension, and at the same time, increased levels of productivity and overall work performance. So this research began a new era in our understanding of stress. It was shifting the focus away from the stress itself, away from the events and the circumstances. So in Marie's case, her boss and the relationship that was being created with her boss, and things that we don't actually have very much control over. Usually the stresses are things that we can't do very much about. And it moved our focus to thinking about how we think about stress, our mindset around the area of stress. And it's added another dimension to stress management. So in addition to some of the techniques that can be used for stress management, even including avoidance or reframing, we also now understand that the mindset that we have about stress is malleable, it's changeable, we can affect it. And if we change our mindset, if we shift from thinking about stress as something that is harmful, something that's damaging, to thinking about it as something that's enhancing, we can affect the way that we physically and mentally feel in response to the stress that we have in our life. So if any of you commit to the things that we cover here today, you too will be able to shift your mindset and change the impact that stress has on your health, your well-being, your performance, making it easier for you to sustain your contribution and to lead a happier life. So what's the science behind the idea that stress is not the enemy that we once thought it was, and that it can be more valuable than we think? Where's the proof for any of this? If we look at stress from an evolutionary perspective, it's a biological reaction that's actually enabled mankind as a species to survive and to flourish. So our brain picks up and responds to threats in the environment to keep us safe. So in the past, if our hunter warriors went out for the day and came across a saber-toothed tiger, this response was what protected them and kept them safe. But today, we don't encounter saber-toothed tigers in the workplace. Today, our threats are very different. Today, our threats are a demanding job or a difficult boss. The threats changed, but our physiological response is the same. When we're under stress, our sympathetic nervous system is activated and neurochemicals like cortisol are released into our body so that we can prepare to fight or to run away. And in the past, this increased our chances of survival and our ability to pass on our genes to the next generation. But it's still valuable today. Moderate levels of stress move us towards our goals and help us find the resources to get things done. It's what we call eustress, and we see it in top athletes preparing for competition, or people with demanding jobs like neurosurgeons going into their surgery, performers before they go onto the stage, and in many other aspects of life and work. And this stress, this eustress, it primes them, it prepares them to give their best, to push through any discomfort that they may feel, to endure any sacrifice so that they can achieve their goals and give their best. But we know that this isn't always the picture of stress. This definitely wasn't the picture of stress for Marie. How many of you have felt what it's like when stress is really not helpful? Like if you realize that you don't have the time you need to get all of your work done, or you don't have the skill to take a project to completion, or you don't have the resources to do what's being asked of you. In these times, our performance decreases and we're definitely far, far away from eustress. And we experience a downward spiral into distress. And this can lead to conflict with other people or conflict within ourselves. It can lead to despair. Some people have even reported feeling completely paralyzed by the amount of stress that they feel on a daily basis. And this is actually the most common picture of stress. When we talk about stress, this is what we tend to think of. This is what our reference is. And this is definitely the stress that Marie was experiencing. And in times of stress like this, it's easy to lose the perspective that we actually need to make good decisions, which then further reduces our ability to get the job done or to push through what it is that we have to do. And this in itself adds to the distress that we're feeling. And it's preventing this type of stress that the billion-dollar industry, it's where the billion-dollar industry is making its money. Books and apps and stress management programs designed to help us avoid this type of stress. But they have two flaws. Firstly, they focus exclusively on distress. They focus exclusively on the assumption that the effects of stress are always negative, and therefore we should avoid it, since if we don't avoid it, we will eventually fall into distress and this will affect our performance. And secondly, they assume that the only way we can fix the problem is to reduce or manage or fight against that stress that we're feeling in order to maximize the amount of stress that we can actually tolerate before we crash into distress. But stress itself is a fight or flight response to those perceived threats, as I said earlier. And these programs, they remind us how bad stress is for us. So we're faced with when we're faced with a stress incident like Marie and her new boss, we get stressed not only because of the boss, but we get stressed because we're feeling stressed. And we think that stress is bad for us, and that just makes us feel even more stressed. And many of the programs, they're a little bit counterproductive in the way that they work. We know that when our brain perceives a threat, regardless of what that threat is, whether it's a wild tiger or whether it's an unkind email, when we receive a threat, our biology takes us into fight or flight. And it activates the system where we're fighting against our very own physiology. And many of these programs and books and applications, they simply remind us of how bad the stress is for us and make us think, oh, I shouldn't be feeling this amount of stress. This is bad for me. I need to fight it. I need to prevent it. I need to get rid of it from my life. So it presents stress as something that we need to fight against, to resist, something that we need to control. And these programs miss the fact that stress doesn't necessarily have to be our enemy. Stress can actually be a useful ally in helping us reach our goals. So let's have a look at some of the research that suggests that there are benefits to stress. We hear a lot about how stress decreases your cognitive performance, our ability to think. But did you know that there's scientific research, and not just odd pieces of scientific research, but quite substantial research to support the fact that the opposite is also true. Under tremendous stress, we're able to improve our cognitive performance. And there was one particularly interesting research that I came across where they found that people who were falling from a bungee jump were able to process information that they were being given faster than a group who were non-falling. So in that stressful situation where most of us would be thinking, there's no way I could be thinking while I'm falling off the edge of a cliff, these guys were actually able to use that stress to help them think faster than the people who were not. Or research that shows us how our memory and our performance, even on standard cognitive tests, can increase. And they tried this they had a group of people taking these tests and they had their hands in ice cold water. And I'm sure if any of you have ever had your hands in ice cold water for any prolonged amount of time, it becomes very stressful. It's painful, it hurts, and it stresses us. And yet their performance improved because of this stress that they had. And patients who were primed to stress before they were taken into surgery for minor ailments were actually able to recover from their surgery much faster than groups who were not stressed before they went into the surgery. And I guess it makes sense from a historical point of view, if we were to be attacked by a tiger while we're going about our business, you would want your immune system, you would want your response system to be working at its optimum level, and it does. This is also how vaccines work. They stress your body with an overload of antigens to create an active immune response. It's also how we become stronger. Weightlifting stresses the core muscles that we're exercising to a point where it actually breaks some of the muscle fibers. And as they heal, they grow stronger than they were before. And some of the most stressful life events reported by people, so even cancer sufferers, people who have survived accidents, who have gone to war, they come back and report huge leaps in their personal growth. And while post-traumatic stress is a real phenomenon, there is a huge body of research that shows that many people come through these types of challenges, these very, very stressful challenges, having grown, having gotten better, not despite the stress, but because of that very stress that they were experiencing. And many people report feeling more connected with family and friends, with society. They find increased levels of resilience, a greater appreciation for life. And scientists call this phenomenon post-traumatic growth. And just remember how much we have survived as a humanity. Think about all of the things that we have gone through as mankind over the years. And there are stories of people who survived under brutal amounts of stress, but they emerge from their trauma and they go on to thrive. And there are hundreds of stories from people from all walks of life, people like me and you, who have experienced post-traumatic growth. Some of the more famous examples that you may be aware of, Admiral Jim Stockdale, He survived for 8 years under Vietnamese captivity and torture. And when he was released, in an interview, he said it was the worst thing he could imagine experiencing, but he wouldn't change it because it made him who he was. It made him become, it took him down the path that he went down. And people like Viktor Frankl and Edith Eger, who survived World War II and the concentration camps, and horrific amounts of stress and torture. And they went on to become lead players in the field of psychiatry. Because of their experience, it took them down a path. They benefited, and I think and humanity as a whole benefited from the works of both of these great psychiatrists. Amy Cuddy, she's a social scientist. Many of you may have seen her on TED Talks. She talks a lot about presence and stage presence and being an effective presenter. She's a social scientist, and when she was at university, she suffered a car injury that left her cognitively impaired. And she was told that she would struggle to regain her mental capacity, even to finish her undergraduate studies. But she proved all of her doctors wrong, and she went on to recover. She went on to thrive. And now she's a professor and a researcher at Harvard Business School, and she's a very, very strong influencer in the space of presence. And I'm sure there are many, many more stories. I'm sure you guys have your own stories of people who survive and thrive because of stress. So in order to benefit from stress, not to fall into distress, as we think that, you know, there's a level at which we can take stress up to this point, but if it carries on, then we fall into distress. Or if we do a management program, or if we read a book, it prolongs our ability to manage that stress, to deal with that stress, but then again, at some point we fall. In order to be able to keep this upward trend and really, really thrive after stress, we have to change the way we think about stress. We have to change our mindset. So what is a mindset? Just very, very simply, at any given moment in time, the amount of potential information that we take in is very, very overwhelming. And so we need a simplifying tool. We need a system or a lens that we can look through to make sense of the world. And that lens is what we call our mindset. It's our minds, the lens that we have in our mind. We found that research conducted shows that the mindset that we have plays a very powerful role in determining our physiology, our behavior, and the way in which the world shows up around us. And the mindset is so powerful, it can actually cause major physiological changes for no apparent reason. And just to share some of them, I'm sure you've all heard of the placebo effect, but just think about that. People suffering from diseases, from anxiety and depression, hypertension, even cancer, who get better without taking any medication, simply because of their mindset, the way that they see what they're experiencing, the way that they conceive of the world around them. Or people who developed poison ivy rashes because they thought they had been exposed to poison ivy, when in fact they weren't exposed to poison ivy at all. So how they got the rash was all in their mind. People who needed knee surgery and were told, okay, we'll give you knee surgery. And so they were actually taken into the surgical theater. Their knees were opened and then closed. Nothing was done to their knee. And yet, post-operation, they didn't have any problems with their knees. We also know that our general mindsets about things like aging, diet, and exercise can be critical to how we live our lives and how we manage our own well-being. And there was a very, very interesting study where they actually helped people grow younger simply by affecting their mindset, simply by making them believe or putting them in conditions where they were living a different era. And they had very real benefits from this. It wasn't just that they felt younger. Their hearing got better, their memory improved. They were given intelligence tests and found that they increased. Their IQ had increased. They had greater joint flexibility, more manual dexterity, many, many benefits. And even stories of people who managed to lose weight without changing their diets or to improve their physical condition without any exercise, simply because of their mindset. They were told that they were doing things that would cause them to lose weight, or they were told that they were doing things that would cause them to experience better physical conditions, and they did. And I'm sure you have your own stories, but even think back into your own experiences in your own lives and think about a time in your life where you performed at your highest level, or where you experienced a tremendous or significant personal growth, maybe around, you know, studying, acquiring qualifications, or maybe something at work and growth in the workplace, promotions. And think about what was actually fueling you at that time to perform at your highest level. And were these times of calm, were they peaceful times, or were they times of stress? I'll just pause for a moment and see if there are any answers.
Can I share with you?
Sure.
I worked during my career for a multinational company and had to work for many bosses of different nationalities. I was always under pressure, workload, but this did not affect me. I didn't mind the stress from work as long, as I went through it and I got job satisfaction and everything. What affected me was autocratic behavior and intolerance of a certain boss. But my experience taught me that when you're aware of your capabilities, when you have proven yourself and you know your hard work, you understand that it's not up to you, it's up to the certain boss. So you go on, you work hard and ignore him. And at a certain age, another boss came who was a high flyer, who believed in me, who gave me big projects. And this is what I wanted to say, that it fueled me to perform at the highest level.
Good. And that is the experience that we have. Most people report that very significant periods in their life, periods of growth and self-learning, they usually happen at times of very high stress. We don't achieve greatness by being all calm and feeling all peaceful. It's that stress much of the time that pushes and motivates, and it fuels the energy that we need in order to do what we do, in order to progress in the way that we want to progress.
Others also agree with you, Levgi, as they've commented in the chat while Rita was chatting, that in fact they were during times of stress. So it's a very interesting.
We enhance our lives and our performance and our well-being, but we do have to have the right mindset around stress.
On the subject of mindset, Levgi, if I can interrupt, there was one question that was made that acknowledged basically that mindset is very important, but was saying that sometimes other forces make this difficult. And I think it's something that probably a lot of people, you have your positive mindset, you think you're going to, and then something happens unexpectedly, or some force, I'm trying to see the exact word, an external impact was what one of our participants here called it, that sometimes comes along that does not help our mindset.
For sure. But sometimes it's in those very critical moments when we think that it's all going pear-shaped. It's in those very moments that we need to think differently about what we're experiencing, and not let whatever that condition or what those circumstances, to not let them change the way that we're thinking. And does that mean that we will always have positive results and experiences of stress? Probably not. But we shouldn't give up our mindset either. We should carry on thinking and performing based on the mindset that stress is not going to kill me. Stress is good for me, but I need to use it differently. I need to, and one of the purposes of this training is actually to help you to utilize the power of your mindset, to help you convert any stress that you have in your life right now, to do something different with that stress. So it's not about ignoring it. It's not about trying to fight against it. It's not about trying to get rid of it. It's about saying, okay, I have this stress in my life. What can I do with it? And so in the next, in order to do that, we need to work at it. It's not, this isn't a spectator game. Unfortunately, just knowing the theory behind the power of the mindset, it doesn't help us on a day-to-day basis. In order to really benefit, in order to really be able to take that stress and make it my friend, we have to do the hard work that's involved. And we need to change the way we think about stress. And there's a very simple process. It's a very simple process in that it's just a 3-step process that we need to be moving towards in order to change the way we think about stress. And it will take time. However old most of us are, or however young most of us are, that's how long we've probably been told that stress is bad for us. And, you have to avoid it and you have to get rid of it. And, don't do that, it's too stressful. So this is going to take time, because it's actually going contrary to many things that we've been told for many, many years. But the 3 simple steps are to acknowledge the stress that we have, to welcome it, don't fight it, don't make it the bad guy, and then try to utilize it, to use it, to do something with it. So the first step is about acknowledging. So in order to be able to do anything with our stress, first we have to be aware that we have it. We have to be very, very consciously aware of what that stress is before we can take advantage of it. And, it may, recognizing our stress may actually be more difficult than we may think, because we've been told it's bad for us, or because we've been experiencing it for such a long time. We don't pay very much attention to it. It's just something that's there. I live with it. And sometimes talking to people about their stress, and they say, I've learned to live with it. So the first thing that we need to do is to actually think about what is it that's stressing me right now, and to think about how we experience that stress, and to think about how we experience that stress in 3 different levels. On the one hand, how does our stress affect us emotionally? So the feelings that are generated when we're feeling stressed. Remember Marie, she was angry, she was frustrated with her new boss. She wanted to get rid of it. The second category is behavioral. So how do we behave because of the stress? What are the actions or the lack of action that we take? So maybe we pick a fight with people when we're very, very stressed, or maybe we go to the fridge and take out a big carton of ice cream and eat all of that. or maybe we bite our nails, or maybe we go running, whatever it is, the behaviors that accompany our stress. And Marie pulled away. She said, no, I'm not going there. You know, he's over there, I'll go over here. This is how it affected her behavior. And the last category is physiology. So what are the sensations or the physical changes that occur in your body when you're feeling stress? And bring all of these to the front of your mind so that you're really, really aware of this stress that you have inside you. So maybe it's, you know, I've got a tension headache, or maybe I've got butterflies in my stomach, or maybe I'm feeling tension in the back of my neck. But bring to the forefront those feelings, those physical sensations that you have. And why? Why and how does this help? You may be asking. Why is this helpful? Recognizing and acknowledging our stress actually has a very big impact on our brain. When we're unconsciously stressed, we're processing that stress in an area of the brain that's called the limbic system and in our amygdala, which floods our system with cortisol and starts that fight or flight response. When we're experiencing stress unconsciously, when we're not thinking about it, we push ourselves into the fight or flight response to that stress. But as we begin to verbalize that stress, as we begin to think and talk to ourselves or to other people, even to write down what it is that we're experiencing, we shift that stress away from the limbic system into the frontal cortex, which is the part of the brain that's home to reason and logic, empathy, self-control. And it's here that we're able to consciously craft a response to that stress that we're experiencing. So if we stay in our limbic system, we're at the mercy of our physiology, we're in fight or flight. Whereas if we start being more conscious about what it is that we're experiencing, we're activating the part of our brain that can actually help us do something different with the stress that we have. The second step in this 3-step process is to welcome it. So I've acknowledged it. I know that I've got stress. I can feel it. I've got butterflies in my stomach. It's making me eat cake, vegan cake, I might add. I'm feeling it in different ways. But now I need to welcome it. And again, there are two main reasons why we should be welcoming stress. The first is that it increases the energy that you actually have to overcome the challenge that's causing you the stress in the first place. As we work to avoid or fight stress, we drain ourselves of any energy. Whereas if we welcome stress, we can actually increase the energy that we have so that we can use it to tackle the challenge that was causing us stress in the first place. So it's like we're taking the energy that we have, and instead of using it to fight the stress, now we have this energy that we can use to do something different with what it was that was stressing us. And the second reason to welcome stress is that embedded within our stress is something that's meaningful or important to you. If there wasn't, you wouldn't be stressed. So if I were to tell you, for example, that there's a child on the other side of the country that's not doing very well in school, or if I were to tell you that there's someone on the other side of the country that's feeling quite poorly, it's not likely to affect your stress levels. But if I tell you that someone from your immediate circle is having problems at school, or someone that you care deeply about is having health issues, then you will begin to feel a sudden rise in your stress because there's a purpose. Embedded in that information is something that you care about. So if we just go back to Marie for a moment, as she and I began to work together, she started to realize why her new boss triggered so much stress for her. And she said, I care about my job and about doing it well. I want to make a positive contribution to my team, to my company. And with my old boss, I felt that I was, but now I just feel as though I can't do anything right. Marie also began to realize that her mindset and her motivation to get rid of the stress and those uncomfortable emotions she was feeling were draining her energy and were actually pushing what was important to her further and further away, and that her response to the stress was undermining her ultimate goal, which was to do a good job and make a positive contribution to her company. And she realized that it was her response to the stress that was causing the negative effect that she was actually experiencing. So in order to welcome the stress, we need to find that positive motivation or bring to this forefront why this is stressing me. Because if it's stressing you, there's an important message in there. There's something important to you. What is the personal value behind the stress? But just as a reminder, a word about this program, I'm not suggesting that, you know, stress is good for you, so you should take on more stresses in your life, or that we should force other people, stress other people. Definitely not what I'm trying to say. Stress can be difficult and it can take its toll on us. What I'm saying is that by changing our mindset about stress, we can affect we can transform the effect that that stress has on us. So the last step in this 3-step process is utilizing the stress. Do you know what happens if a piece of sand manages to get itself into an oyster? I can see some of you nodding. The oyster doesn't hide, it doesn't run away, it doesn't pretend the sand's not there, it doesn't go on a stress management program. It doesn't spend millions of euro on books and applications to help them. The oyster takes that piece of sand that has entered its environment and it wraps itself around that stressor. And it's precisely because it uses that piece of sand that we get, that pearls are created. And this simple metaphor of the pearl and how it's created by the oyster wrapping itself around a stressor is the foundation of the 3rd step, which is utilizing stress. It's not about overcoming or counteracting stress. It's about taking the stress and using the energy that it gives you to facilitate your purpose and to redirect the stress and focus on the things that you care about. And utilizing stress is also beginning to think about and recognize opportunities that arise because of stress. And I'm sure this last year has been a very unusual year for all of us, but many people, they succumbed to the stress and said, oh my God, this is awful, this is terrible, we can't do anything about this. And businesses were affected very, very negatively, and people were affected very, very negatively. And yet other people were able to say, okay, this is bad, this is stressful, I'm worried, I'm concerned, I'm scared. What can I do? And some people have managed to thrive during this last year, in spite, because of the stress that we were feeling around COVID-19. And it's not just at an individual level that we see the value behind stress. Sometimes it can be difficult to forget the hardship, the trials, the pressures of life, but it's very easy for us to miss the opportunities that those stresses can survive. And think back to periods like the Great Depression, which was a very stressful period, the longest and most severe economic depression of the industrialized Western world. But that period, those events pushed people into directions and areas that led to some of the 20th century's greatest inventions and important social changes, from inventions like plastic and the FM radio, to social sports like Monopoly, and social reforms like the introduction of the 5-day week. That period, that stressful period, saw transformative change because of the crisis. And this is the precise purpose of this step of utilizing our stress, to learn how to recognize and optimize opportunities that are inherent in stressful times. So changing our mindsets, it sounds easy, but like most change, it's not, because acknowledging, embracing, and utilizing stress goes against everything we've been told and everything we believe about stress. In order to change the way we think about stress, we need to make this response natural in our lives by creating habits that allow us to do these 3 steps on a daily basis. In order to change our mindset, we have to practice on a daily basis, and we can use tools like anchors and triggers that I'll just very, very quickly share with you, and a review of training like this training, just re-listening or re-watching this training on at the beginning, more frequent basis can help us to integrate these 3 steps into our life and change the way we think about stress. So changing our mindsets, we can use 2 things. The one is what we call anchors. And these are the things we do every day, routinely, the things like brushing your teeth or taking a vitamin. And we can use these routines to remind us, to prompt us to engage in this 3-step process to help us change our mindset. For example, when I was shifting my mindset, I pinned a post-it to the place where I keep my dog's lead that said stress on it. And every time I went to take the lead to take my dog for his walk, I would go through these 3 steps. So as I was walking, I would be thinking about my level of stress, consciously acknowledging, thinking, yeah, and that stomach ache, and it's in my neck, and it's in my, oh, and I did that, and it's making me do this. Consciously bringing it to the forefront of my mind, accepting it, welcoming it, saying, okay, it's normal, it's understandable, not fighting it, not trying to get rid of it, just welcoming it in, and then reminding myself of the values and the purpose behind that stress so I could choose to utilize the stress that I was experiencing. And triggers, these are the things, again, we can use them to begin this process for us. And triggers are the psychological, behavioral, or emotional reactions that we have to stress. So for each of us, it may be different. Maybe when you're stressed, you bite your nails. So every time you catch yourself biting your nails, what do? These 3 steps. Maybe your stress makes you pull your hair or chew your hair. When you find yourself doing that, you say, right, I'm not going to be chewing my hair. I'm going to be going through these 3 steps. And like I said earlier, reviewing this material that we've gone through today will also help you to change the way you think about stress. This is actually how Marie did it too. We worked very hard to shift Marie from a stress is debilitating to a stress is enhancing mindset. And as we did, her motivation changed. Rather than the stress causing her to avoid her manager, she focused her attention on doing a better job. When she felt herself triggered, she paused and reinforced this new mindset, acknowledging, welcoming, and accepting to utilize that stress. She also confronted him with some techniques that she had learned from courses that she had taken and books that she had read. And she focused on the task at hand, letting go of the things that were irrelevant to her underlying goals. She said, I know now that I can take the energy that stress gives me and utilize it to further my goals rather than to stewing over what a bad manager I had. And I found ways to do it. Marie still feels stressed, but she no longer worries about it, and she definitely doesn't fight against it. She recognizes it and she turns it into what she calls my usable energy. And she's doing much better at work. She's definitely making the positive contribution to her team and company that she wanted. And she even has a good working relationship with her manager. My approach, she said, is not to pull away to get rid of the stress, because I don't actually think I can. My new goal is to take that stirring that I feel inside me, that energy, that stress, and to use it to fuel me to keep going, like trying to turn a little grain of sand into a pearl like oysters do. I'm also much more patient with my manager. I'm not saying we're best friends or anything like that, but we work together much better now. And because I am more present and more productive, he even says well done and thank you from time to time. I have no doubt that all of you have stress in your lives, especially at the current time. And I really hope that, like Marie, you will commit to changing your mindset away from the idea that stress is harmful and debilitating and should be avoided at all costs, to recognizing that stress is a normal part of our lives and that it can enhance our performance, our well-being, and contribute to the accomplishment of our goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Lefki, very much for that. I know you don't keep track of the chat, so I just want to say, so that Lefki can hear as well, that for sure, I think every single person today probably related to a lot of what was being said. On a very positive note, there were some very positive messages, Lefki, of people who obviously had encountered difficulties and did in fact thrive during those times. And I think that's a big well done needs to be shared there for the people who were able to do that. Absolutely. And for sure, I'm sure that most people here will have their own stories to tell and to really enforce the need. It's not easy, and sometimes we all know, but it still makes it difficult. One question that I do have for you, Lefki, is those very basic first steps of advice that somebody can give to a colleague or a friend when it is obvious that they are another Marie. So your input on that, because sometimes as a colleague or a friend you can see it, but I think the question is here, you know, where does somebody start to give that little bit of advice to them?
That's actually a very, very good question, and something that I think at some point or another, all of us have found ourselves in a situation where we're watching someone go through stress. And I think it is an issue of awareness. You know, when we're under stress, because we activate our fight or flight, we're resistant to everything. So, you know, even if somebody tries to come and tell us that it doesn't have to be like this, or it's going to get better, we don't want to believe it, we don't believe it, and we fight against it. I think that sometimes putting people in touch with people who can help them actually begin to change their mindset, even sharing this with them, or there are all sorts of videos available that discuss the positive enhancing capacity of stress in similar ways. And I think that sharing that with them, pushing them in that direction is a good way to start. Even if it's just to share a link to a TED talk that talks about the enhancing nature of stress, to get them interested. And then once they're interested, then there's many, many other things that you can do to help them. But that first, they have to want it, they have to believe it. You need to
Thank you for that.
To tickle their curiosity and their interest.
Yeah, I think that is actually a very true comment, and I'm sure that others here see it as well. We for sure see it in our training that we do for like kind of on the soft skills, and often we come across people, they've been managers for years, and then at the end of the course they'll say, I never thought of it like that, I wish I had known that X amount of years or in this situation. So I think sometimes it is very much that people are very unaware that certain things are okay, and especially on the more kind of softer skills where people tend to not focus, and people are generally more focused on the technical things that they need to learn for their jobs, and they leave behind the soft skills that we need for our work, our family, everything. So maybe just pushing them in that right direction to make that first watch of a video or book or something could actually be the answer. So thank you, Lefki, for that.
Just another comment, building resilience and, you know, improving things like your emotional intelligence. And I know that Abhi's going to be talking about resilience next. So improving your resilience, improving your emotional intelligence, these are also tools that can help you to begin this process, to begin the process of changing your mindset towards stress.
Yeah, I don't think I have questions, but I do have a few comments. I'll just read them out loud for Lefki to hear as well, and if she wants to say. One comment here says, I was bullied by my manager when I was a young secretary. I wish I had known this then, which brings me to the point I mentioned before. Definitely time for review, which I guess is something we need to be doing all the time, really. But again, yeah. So do we have any other questions? You can put them in the chat quickly, or unmute yourself and ask them out loud for Lefki before we break for a short lunch break. Anybody wants to share? I know many of you are sharing. I'll try and copy the chat to share with the trainers. I know sometimes it's actually difficult for the trainers to keep track of that. But as I said before, many have shared things in the chat as we've gone along. Anybody would like to share something as a final note on our mindset and dealing with our stress?
I just wanted to say something that, okay, if we sort of connect what Lefki said with sustainability, and because everything is new for us, it sounds stressful, but if we change our mindset, starting as an individual, then we can influence people, our companies, our bosses, to even our family, towards a positive change, no?
Absolutely. And also when we have a different mindset towards stress, when we're physically and emotionally, our well-being is stronger, and we're actually more able to make sensible choices and decisions and to do things that will support the sustainability moving forward as well. Much easier to make sound decisions and to care about things beyond myself when stress isn't killing me in the process. If, you know, all I'm thinking about is this burden of stress that I'm carrying, then we forget about the environment, we forget about our neighbors, and we just focus on that stress. So
absolutely, I think. And also I think with sustainability being a new thing and being something that sometimes within organizations or even on an everyday basis for everybody, sometimes it's a small minority trying to get that message through, and it's very easy to feel the burden of the stress of, you know, I'm fighting against a brick wall, for example. So being able to deal with that stress and actually fight through it to get your message across, I think is very important. Okay, so let me just see if we have any question coming up. We've been talking.
We have a great comment from Tracy.
Yeah, would you like to read it? Yeah, shall I read it? Okay, Tracy says here, I think unfortunately a lot of our senior executives lack the emotional intelligence we have naturally as support staff, because their focus is on the bigger picture of the business as a whole. It would help, I think, for them to be reminded of the impact they can have on the stress levels of people across the whole business who support in whatever way. which of course is very true. And again, going back to from a learning, the learning side, we see directors who come and really it's like they're now seeing for the first time the impact of their role on their managers, on their staff, on their teams. So I think they are very much unaware a lot of the time of a lot of things and the impact that they can have. Very much like Tracy says, they kind of looking at the big picture. Perhaps they're just focusing on the numbers, what's the revenue that's coming in, and they kind of lose track as to the impact that they can actually have. So I think that's a very important note there.
I think that one of the key issues there is that they fail to see the link. You know, it can be very difficult to see the link between the bottom line and how people are feeling. You know, the two seem very, very detached. And it's not because they're bad people or they're horrible or they're insensitive. It's the way that they've been primed. It's the way their brain works. And sometimes even just pointing out the connection and talking to them in a language that they understand. So if you, as support staff or as team members, sometimes we can have an impact on how our bosses move forward. And sometimes, you know, suggesting that all these unhappy people is affecting the bottom line. Let's do some look into this. Sometimes we can also have an impact on how they move forward. So
that's actually a point, Lefki, that I've seen more than on one occasion occur, where support staff or team managers have approached it as this is what it's doing to the bottom line, and only then it kind of gets their attention to actually think, okay, if it's affecting the bottom line, I better have a look at what this is all about. So I think that's a very important point there. Okay, well, I think on that note, we're very nicely come up to our lunch break. We will break for half an hour, and then we will all join back here to carry on. After lunch, we have our next two topics, so we're looking forward to those. We're going to start with resilience, which is going to be another nice one, especially for this period that we're all living in. So everybody have a nice half an hour break, and I will see you all back in half an hour. Hello, are we back online? How are you? Okay, I think we're going to wait a few minutes. I think everybody's trying to join, so let's just give everyone a few minutes. I think it was a bit of a fast half an hour. Have you been able to put your presentation on, or not yet? You're mute. I don't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can share my presentation now or whenever you're ready.
If you want to put it on so it can be ready, that's fine. So you can do that while we wait for everybody to join.
Okay.
I'll just be with you in just a second.
Okay.
Okay, I think most, let's have a look. So has everybody enjoyed a fast break? It was very fast.
A very short one indeed, yes.
It was, wasn't it? You know, sometimes you think, oh, half an hour, but actually half an hour, okay, maybe we ran a couple of minutes over, and then by the time you've, half an hour goes very fast. Okay, I think we're just going to wait one more minute. Okay. We'll just give it one more minute.
Sophie, shall we start?
Okay, yeah, I'm just
I think most of the ladies are behind their cameras, so.
Okay.
Hello, this
There's
is
about 10 people who have not returned, so I was kind of hoping they might be, they might join.
Hello, this is Anne from Finland. Nina is on the lobby and she is waiting for somebody to let her in.
Oh, so hold on a sec. Let's just have a quick. Okay, just stay with me while I just check to see if there's anybody else in the waiting room.
Yeah.
I think everybody. Okay, thanks for letting us know. I think that's everybody. Let me see. Oh, one more person joining now. Okay, Nina should be okay now.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Okay, and that's one more person just joining now. Okay, I think most of us are back. So we'll, I think we'll move on, and I'm sure they will join us as we move on. So welcome back again to everybody. A quick reminder again to keep our mute on if we're not speaking. So those of you who have not muted yet, if you can just put mute on so that we can block out any background noise.
I'm very sure you're there, my time at the mark.
Can I just check something?
Let me just mute myself.
Okay, I think that's lovely. I think that's everybody now back on mute. Wonderful. So we're going to continue this afternoon to look at building resilience, and I think we're all going to agree that with everything that we've all gone through in the last year, that's going to be an interesting perspective to hear. And to address this issue, we have the pleasure to have with us Avgi Savido. Welcome, Avgi. Avgi herself is going to obviously focus on the unexpected that can often, I think the word she uses herself was, rock the world. So we look forward to that. Avgi is, again, brings many years of experience with her. She's a business consultant in management communication and corporate culture. And she also trains and advises organizations and is based here on the island of Cyprus. Avgi, I think I'm going to hand the everything back to you to make a start.
It's lovely to be here with you, and it's even nicer that I'm speaking after Levki and Irini, and I thank them both because lots of the things that I'm going to say, they have really laid the foundation for it, for you to understand it a bit better.
Perfect.
So, thank you very much. I will start with a question. We are all navigating the pandemic. So I would like, so that I can get the mood of the day from each one of you, I would like you to give me an answer to if you're navigating the pandemic on a two-wheel machine. It could be a motorcycle, it could be a bicycle, it could be anything you can imagine. What would it be? How big would it be? What would be its strength? What kind of a road would you be on? What would be the view? And how would you be feeling? Is there anyone willing to give an answer to this?
Maybe some of you can actually, if you're happy to unmute and reply that. It might be a lot to put in a chat. So if anybody's happy to share their answer, let's see. Was that a show of hand from Artemis or just waving? No. Okay. Anybody who would like to answer?
Yeah, I'd like to put on my idea, my thought.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Well, I can see myself riding on a bicycle, actually, filling around many, many obstacles that I have to overgo. And at the end of the scene, it's a wonderful lake that I increase my speed in order to arrive there. And I only look forward to arriving there. So I don't give too much attention to all these obstacles I find now, but I can only see the lake in front of me and waiting for me to get there and relax.
Excellent. So I get your mood of the day. Thank you so much. there anyone else who wants to share? Is there anyone else who's having a different sensation about the whole, about navigating? Kathy,
Yes.
you want to talk? Yes, yes, I hear you.
Yeah, this is Katie from Paris. My input will be to keep a wide view.
So you're saying that you have your eyes open to everything.
And to keep the wide view.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
I get it, thank you.
There's also a few comments in the chat that I will share with you. I've got here an interesting one, jogging on an uphill road, which will reach a plateau and also give way to beautiful view, after which I will be out of breath, but happy and stronger.
Excellent.
And I also have a comment of somebody who's chosen, instead of the two-wheeler, the rowing boat.
Okay, that's fine, it works, it works.
Have you seen my note? I'm driving on a track on a dirt road. On a dirt road, facing obstacles, but looking forward to a beautiful scenery. Being patient and looking forward to a beautiful scenery.
You loving the chance to ride on a tractor, Rita?
Sorry?
Are you loving the chance to ride on a tractor?
I'm lagging. I have written on the chat, but I think it says privately, so I'm not sure if I've read my.
It's okay, it's okay. Okay, guys, thank you.
Feel free to just share it more. I don't see your chat. I don't know if maybe you sent it to Javier, but yes. I think we got the message there from Rita, so thank you for sharing that.
Okay, I'm going to continue. I just wanted to get the mood of the day so that we would have an idea about how everybody's navigating this pandemic. So if you have your sense of how you're navigating the pandemic, it's good enough for me. Let me ask you something else. What is resilience, and what makes some people more resilient than others? Again, if you can share on the chat or if you can share live, it would be very nice.
Anybody like to give us their perspective on what is resilience?
Okay. We don't have a lot of time. I'm going to go on and I'll give you the definition of what is resilience, but I'm also going to give it to you in an example. I'm holding a bottle of water, and I want you all to think that this is the energy I have for a day, or for a week, or for a lifetime. Resilience is basically how well my fuel is held on my reservoir, in the bottle that I'm carrying my energy. And what makes people resilient, it's a lot of times not what they are going through, but basically how they feel about what they are going through. Also, the other thing that makes people resilient is it's how they see the outcome. So the feedback you gave me, I feel that a lot of you are already resilient, not because you're not going through something that you haven't gone through before, but because you're looking forward to a peaceful outcome, to the moment that the whole thing, you're already seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So being resilient doesn't have to do with the circumstances you're going through. It doesn't have to do with how much stress you have. It has to do with how you feel about what's ahead of you, in front of you, and how powerful you feel in dealing with whatever is on your plate. Okay? Does this make sense? I'm going to invite you to give me emojis. If you agree, give me the thumbs up. If you're excited, give me something else. If you don't agree, just show me. I need to be in a conversation with you, even though we're not going to get to talk to each other a lot. So being resilient is having the power to do whatever you want to do, think whatever you dream to do, or whatever you need to do. let's say if you want to be somebody who is social and going out and meeting with friends, even if you have to do that online at the moment, or if you are dreaming of traveling the world, or taking a trip a year, or whatever you need to do, like if you're a parent or a professional, if you are in a situation that sometimes the things you have signed up to do are giving you a hard time, but yet you need to have the power to move on with it, to keep doing it.
Sorry, Javier, just to interrupt you there for a moment. Some people can't hear you very well. Do you have two screens? Are you connected via two screens, two speakers? Is it possible that you can turn one off? Because I think that's the issue here.
Let me try.
Can most of you hear okay? I've had a couple of comments that people can't hear quite as well.
Okay. Let me detach the additional screen. Thanks for telling me. Okay.
Okay, just bear with us, guys, just for a second while Javier tries to do that. I think it will make the difference if you unplug.
So, what do you see me sharing now?
We still see your presentation. Yeah, can everyone still see that? And I still think we still also have a few people that have muted, so perhaps that's also not helping. But I think I hear you clearer now. Javier, do you want just
Yes. Do you hear me now? Do you hear me clearer?
Okay, I think it's much clearer now.
Okay.
And can everybody still see the presentation?
Yeah, we can see the presentation, Javier, but we can also see your next slide.
Okay. Lefki, do you want to offer your expertise on that to Javier to see what she can do? Lefki?
Yeah, you just need to put it on presenter view in PowerPoint, where you're seeing it in PowerPoint.
I'm not actually seeing it. Okay, just a second. Just a second. I'm gonna change.
Okay, let's just we'll give Javier a couple of seconds to see if she can.
Do you see it now?
Okay.
Okay, excellent. Okay, let's do that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All back on track. Great, thanks.
So being resilient is having the ability to get up when there are situations that they present themselves like obstacles. They make you feel tired. They make you feel challenged. And being less resilient is when you see these obstacles and you're thinking, oh my God, this is unbearable. I cannot deal with it. So I'm always comparing it to how well I can carry my energy. And I'm going to explain to you more on that later on, because I hear some noise. I hear a lot of noise. Where is the noise coming from?
I think it's from maybe a few people that still are not muted. Please, can you all check and mute yourselves?
Okay.
So that we're not hearing the back. But generally speaking, I've had comments from people that they can actually hear you okay now and see the presentation as well. So on the whole, they can, but we are hearing a little bit of a noise, but that's from a couple of people that have not muted. I think maybe now people are, most people are.
Sophie.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Sorry, Sophie, if you want, you can mute everyone and then Avi can just unmute herself, just in case there's somebody who's got their screen on but they're not there.
Oh, okay, let me see.
Yes, you can even do it individual actually to just put up the participant pane on the right side and then just click mute on those who are not muted. It goes on and off by mistake often. That's what happens.
Okay, guys, let's continue. So what we are up against is a lot of things that we feel we cannot deal with. Sometimes these are merged. Think that we have things that we can deal with. They are giving us a lot of stress because there is limited time. And then we have things that they're not in our daily life, but they are in our mind. So this is what I kind of separate these things as the daily stress and the chronic stress, things that are pending and we see them as problems day after day. So to become more resilient, I will first address some of the issues of the daily stress that Levki has already spoken about. So I'm going to try my best not to repeat anything she said. But if I do, please bear with me. And then I will give you some more feedback on how to become more resilient on things that they are there all the time and they're giving you stress that comes from the heart. You know, they're a knot in the stomach. So let's see how we can do that. Daily stress is when I have too many things to do. The picture talks here a lot, too many things in a limited time that I have available. That's usually when somebody is playing a bigger game in life. Somebody who is a mom or a grandma. Somebody who is a professional and is leading a bigger social life than others. Somebody who has hobbies. Somebody who has the need to contribute and is involved in a lot of social contribution. Somebody who has aspirations additional to the role we have at home, or even how we are at home. So it's all about the games we play. So how can I address the issues of daily stress? That is usually at best done in by setting priorities. And how can I define my priorities? This is done mostly in a way that that comes from what I value the most. So what do you value the most? When it comes to work, what do you value the most? Some people value being liked. Some other people value being professionals. Some other people value being a contribution. So although we all think we know what we value, we really need to revisit that. I had a talk with another participant to another seminar, and she said that she's a parent of 2 teenagers, and she said that she and somebody else complained that, I mean, not during the pandemic, but before, they used to drive their kids, or every afternoon they used to be the drivers of their kids. And this mom, she said, we made a commitment with my husband. We said that our kids would only go to afternoon classes near the house so that they would be within walking distance and we wouldn't have to drive them, which means we would secure a quality of life for everybody, a quality of life for the kids, that they wouldn't have to spend at least an hour on the roads to go for 1 hour of tutoring, and then the quality of life of the parents. So putting your priorities straight, it means you know exactly what to do, what you have to do within a day, no matter what. You know what is a list of things that would be good for you to do within a day, but if you don't do it, it's okay. And then you have another list of things to do, which if you don't do, you know, it's absolutely no problem. I have a friend who says, she's an architect, and she says, I divide my time equally in 3 parts. 1/3 for my family, 1/3 for my career, and 1/3 for myself. Every single day, I cheat on one of them. But she says, I make sure I never cheat on the same one every day. Sometimes I cheat myself, sometimes I cheat work, and sometimes I cheat family. But you can only imagine how a woman is left, or a man, when they always cheat themselves. They always ignore taking care of themselves. And then you can imagine how it shows up when a professional cheats work every day, etc., etc. So put your priorities straight, stop postponing things, really get your act together and know why you do every single thing you have to do on a daily basis. It's a good start to manage daily stress. The other kind of stress, this is the stress that we call a problem. I have a problem. What is your problem? Oh, I have a big nose. Or I have big teeth and every time I laugh, I'm ashamed. Or I have a financial issue that I haven't dealt with. Or I have a deadline that I have been promising to deliver forever and is still pending. So it's something that it's pending, the overall problem. It's something that we haven't decided yet whether we will completely ignore and forget and label it as a failure and embrace it, because why shouldn't we fail things? It's something that we keep postponing, or it's something that we see in front of us that thinking of the ways it could go, it feels like we cannot afford any loss there. So, of course, all the problems start with how we have them organized in our thoughts. But let's say that I have, let me give you an example. A few years back, I used to take a small loan every few years to take a very long trip. So I used to take my travel loan and then I wouldn't pay it on a monthly basis, but I would pay it from one project that would show up in the year. And then in Cyprus, we had a huge financial crisis and that special project wasn't showing up. So the loan became a bad loan. And although it wasn't big, I wasn't getting myself around it. In my head, I had things organized that this loan needs to be dealt with once off. You know, I don't even know what I was thinking. But at some point, I realized that if I don't do anything about it, which doing something about it would mean letting know the bank that I was unwilling to pay it so they could proceed with whatever measures they wanted to proceed, or I could go see them and arrange payments in a different way, or I could, you know, whatever other solution. But I'm sorry to say, I couldn't get my head around it. So what did I do when I realized that it was a pending problem? A small one, mind you. It wasn't a huge problem, but it was pending and it was giving me continuous stress. So one of the values that I introduced in my life was cleaning up my mess. Big or small, I needed to clean up my mess. And I'm gonna go back to the bottle. How big of a hole in my energy bottle, in my energy deposit bottle, was the small loan that I had? By the way, the loan was less than 10% of my annual income. It wasn't huge, but I kept thinking about it every single day. How much energy was it sucking out of my energy deposits? Well, more than it should, okay? This is the answer, more than it should. So once I decided, but more than it should, it was creating a hole, that it was leaking energy. So once I decided and I committed as a matter of principle that I was gonna clean after my own mess, I decided to call a friend who was an expert in banking issues. So did I do that? Well, it took me a few months. which phone call takes a few months? Well, not in modern era, no phone call takes a few months. So what did it happen? What happened was that I was ashamed. I was ashamed to tell my friend that I created that mess. My looking good wouldn't allow that. I needed them to feel that I was whole, perfect, and complete, and there was nothing that Avier couldn't do perfectly well. So a couple of months later, I decided that being ashamed wasn't a good enough reason not to call my friend. I called my friend, and in a week's time, the problem was solved. Not that the situation was solved, and it wasn't a problem anymore. So this is resilience. Resilience is how quickly I deal with problems, how efficiently I deal with problems, and I keep a clear space in front of me. So resilience, it's thinking, what are the issues that I'm dealing with that are creating holes on my tank, on my energy tank? What are the issues that are continuously pending? It doesn't have to be something negative. It could be that I have a burning desire to take 6 months off and live in France. Katie, the rest of the world wants to live in France for 6 months. You know that. So what would be, how much energy would it take if you have a burning desire that you're growing older and older, and you're getting the suspicion that your desire will never take place? So I'm sure you get that whatever is in our head is burning energy. Even if it's a desire or a responsibility that we feel it's difficult for us to cope with, or something that we call a problem. Do you think there are problems that are remaining unsolved? The answer is no. I mean, we let them be unsolved, but there is no such a thing as a problem that has no solution. There are problems that we cannot deal with their possible solution. Is there anyone who disagrees on this statement? Do you believe there is any kind of a problem that cannot be solved? Please don't tell me death, because death is on its own a huge solution. So is there anything that you believe can be unsolved? I see here that we have comments on the chat. You agree with me. I like when people agree with me. There is a solution for everything, Artemis, of course. It's like seeing a glass half full or half empty. Yes, it's basically seeing, it's basically, you know what? One of the expressions I will never use in my life is, I will never tell anybody, and especially I will never tell myself, think positively. I think the expression think positively has really gotten people into a lot of trouble. But let me tell you what other expression I would use. I would say, get your facts right, face reality, and then see the glass half full instead of half empty. So think positively should always come after we have realistically analyzed what's at stake and what's in front of us. What are the facts? And resilience has a lot to do with how realistic we are. You can hide. You're hiding in any way, and you're pretending that the reality is not out there, then you're losing a lot of energy. So let me talk to you about the internal dialogue. I'm sure you have all heard about the internal dialogue. I'm gonna, a million times, I'm gonna give it to you in a way that maybe it will be an opportunity to really realize it in another way. Think of your internal dialogue as somebody who is your best friend. Your best friend is always with you. I'm not saying that your best friend is good for you or bad for you. For the time being, just think of a best friend who is always with you. And that best friend is always your consultant. That best friend is your go-to person to talk to about everything, about your wishes, your desires, your problems, about what you think of other people. And your best friend is there. If you let it be, it's there to always knock on your door and tell you what's wrong with the situation. Your internal dialogue, if left unmanaged, is there to remind you, is what Levki said before, is there to, is the fight or flight, is there to really prepare you for a fight or to warn you to be aware of other people. So if you manage your internal dialogue, is it possible to make this best friend a good best friend? And how can we achieve that? How can we make sure that our thoughts, our internal dialogue is friendly and not hostile, is sympathetic and not angry, is accepting and not resisting? How can we make sure of that? Anyway, anything, can you suggest anything? Levki, you're also welcome to get into this conversation. I would welcome that a lot.
Anybody have something to add on that?
Sorry, I think it very often, the first step, I think much of the time is becoming aware. It revolves around the concept of awareness. I think that if you can catch your thoughts, if you're mindful of the thoughts that you're having, of the feelings that you're experiencing, of the behaviors that you're falling into, I think then that's the first step that you can take to start turning the corner and making this friend a good best friend rather than just a best friend. I think it begins with awareness.
I agree with you 100%, and thank you so much. Awareness, knowing that it's there, and I hope you are all aware that we have this voice. And this voice, if we basically is the first go-to place. If you're not feeling well about anything, just start with your internal dialogue. Go to the voice and say, okay, what do you want to say to me? And usually what I do, if I'm extremely confused and this awareness doesn't come easy, I take a piece of paper and I say to my internal dialogue, just guide me, tell me what you want to say. I'm even going to write it down so you know that I'm taking seriously what you have to say to me. And then when my internal dialogue starts talking to me in this empowering way, I go, I'm having this conversation with my internal dialogue. The voice talks, and then I'm like, shh. The voice talks, and then I'm shh. The voice talks, shh. So after a few times, the voice is really silent, looking at me. And one thing you have to know, the brain doesn't like emptiness. So if you're going to silence your internal dialogue, you have to give it another thought. So the moment it gets silenced, you need to start thinking. You have to have ready another sentence. So my sentence usually is keep it simple. How can I keep this simple? Keep it simple. What is a simple solution to this? And then when I'm like, yeah, but I have to call my friend for the loan, but then I'm ashamed. It's like, how can you keep this simple? It's like, okay, I can keep this simple by ignoring my shame thing. And so this conversation, it's if we start treating our internal dialogue like a real person, because it is acting like a real person, we have a better chance to succeed in whatever we aim to do. Okay, I'm gonna proceed with that. And I have here the scale of emotions. The numbers next to them are the vibrations. So you cannot be a permanent resident of enlightenment, peace, joy, and love. Then you can be a permanent resident of reason, acceptance, willingness, and neutrality. And pay attention to neutrality, because anything below neutrality, it's really losing energy. That's shame, that was me, this situation I explained to you before. And it's guilt or apathy. What is the difference between apathy and neutrality? Apathy comes with the expression, I don't give a damn, I don't care. Neutrality means, let's see how we can get out of this, even if it sounds unreasonable, or even if we are having a hard time accepting a situation. Are you still with me? I need to see some thumbs up. Yeah? Okay, good. So, if nothing else seems easy, stick with neutrality. Neutrality is when there is a protocol that I need to put at place. Let's say you're a surgeon, you are in your surgery, the patient is really, really in a critical position, and you're thinking that the chances of saving this person are 50-50. What are you gonna do? If my sentence, if what I say to myself is keep it simple, I'm in neutrality, I can accept that this person is gonna die on me, but I can stay neutral. And what do I do with that? I put all the protocols at place. Have I done everything the way I'm supposed to do them? Have I followed all protocols and instructions? Have I been fully professional here? If all the answers to that are yes, and especially have I done everything medically possible to save this person? If all the answers are yes, then I can accept the outcome, regardless of how painful it is to some other people. Okay, so this is how we solve a problem. Is that clear? Okay, so then go from the internal dialogue, and that means all the thoughts that I have. The thoughts create emotions. You agree with that? Emotions don't come out of nowhere. Every time I have a thought, an emotion, it means a thought came before that. So if I have a thought that is telling me, if I feel uncomfortable because my face looks puffy, it's because I kind of thought before that oh my God, I gained weight and it shows. So I had a thought and then I had an emotion. The thought was, oh my God, I gained weight. And the emotion was feeling uncomfortable. Yeah? Emotions are beautiful. They are as beautiful as wild horses out in nature. Isn't that a beautiful thing to watch? Wild horses out in nature? But the problem would be if they come close to me, if I let them come very close to me and they are wild horses, I would be fearful and I would be very uncomfortable. So what do we do with emotions slash horses? We tame them. We become horse whisperers. We acknowledge them, as Levki said before. We become aware of them. And then we address them as they are in existence. Meaning that if I feel shameful, as I described before, I speak to myself and I say, why? I mean, at the beginning, what was I doing? I was seeing my wild horse, shame. I was seeing it from a distance. And I was like, don't you dare come near me. Don't you dare come near me. I'm not going to confront you. And then what did I do? I brought it closer to me and I spoke to it. I sat with shame and I said, so why are you shameful? Because I don't want my friend to know that I am bad in managing my personal finances. It's like, if you stay being shameful, would it change your finances? No, it wouldn't. Is there any other solution you can do without revealing your shame? It's like, I knew that if I was gonna be loyal to my principle of keeping things simple, calling one of my best friends, who is an expert in these things, was how I was gonna keep things simple. So I whispered to my shame. I befriended my shame. My shame and I became acquainted. We sat together. Yeah? Okay. So I see emotions as musical instruments in an orchestra. Think of the cacophony when all of them play at the beginning, before the beginning of the concert. If you hear the rehearsal that they are tuning in, they are tuning their instruments, there is, you're like, oh my God, this is bad sound, cacophony. But when the maestro, the instructor, is in front of the orchestra, and here she goes, now is the piano, and now is the guitar, and now is this, and now is the violin, and now it's everything together, but it's orchestrated. So I'm not telling you ignore your emotions, and above all, I'm not telling you don't have your emotions. Emotions are beautiful. I love anger. A few weeks ago, I think it was in January, I had a sadness phase. I caught myself feeling so sad. And I was talking to a couple of my daily friends, and I was like, I'm sad. And they were trying to fix it. They were like, oh, why are you sad? Can you see things this way and that way? And I'm like, please, don't touch my sadness. If you find me being sad in 3-4 days from now, or in a week from now, just, get me out of it. But now, let me be with it. Every single emotion that we have has something to tell us. So sit with your sadness, sit with your shame, sit with whatever emotion you have, but don't become permanent residents of that emotion. I had a hairdresser that while I was going to her mom died. And she was devastated. It was an unexpected death, and I'm sure you can all realize it was awful. So the poor thing, she was like fixing my hair and crying. She was dressed in black from top to bottom. And she said, every afternoon I go to the cemetery, I take my kids with me, etc. She was, at that time I moved, so I haven't been to her for a few years. 2-3 years later, I go to her again. And I found her again, all in black, telling me, when I ask, how are you doing? She's like, I'm going to the cemetery every single day, and I take my kids with me too. And I was like, holy cow, every time I come to her, somebody dies? And then I was like, after she finished describing, I'm like, who died? She's like, my mom. So she became a permanent resident of her sadness. Somehow there was a payoff for her to stay sad. It's natural to be sad for losing your mom for a few months or even a year, but carrying the same level of sadness 3 years later, that means that it became convenient. So, as I said, we have respect for our emotions, we give them space to be, but we don't become permanent residents in any other emotion that it's below neutrality. I'm gonna send you the notes so you'll see that neutrality and above, anywhere you wanna go to love, stay there forever, be my guest. Be a realist, stay there forever, be my guest. It's nice for yourself and it's nice for other people. if you're sad, do you know that we actually treat our people to our emotions the same way we treat others to a piece of chocolate? So if I keep treating my friends' sadness, oh my God, imagine the kind of friends I'm gonna end up attracting. If I keep treating the others to realism, and I'm even a bit cynical, I don't like that, I don't mind that. It's not my best. I'm not gonna have only friends that are cynical or, realist, but it's okay. And I even like neutrality. But let me tell you something. The emotion behind neutrality is courage. And courage doesn't have the vibration of neutrality. Why does courage have a lower vibration than neutrality? Because every time we need to be in a space of courage, it seems that we see a difficulty ahead of us. We have already decided that we are dealing with something that is difficult and it needs more energy from our deposits than something else. Okay. So my advice to you, especially if you're working towards building up your resilience, it's become allergic to being miserable and become allergic to miserable people. What does it mean? Let's say somebody's allergic to flour. So it's not that they're going to run away from the flour all the time, but they cannot stay around it for a long time. So if I'm allergic to misery, it doesn't mean that I will never be miserable. But after 5 or 10 minutes of misery or a day, I'll be like, okay, I have to stop sneezing, I'm going to move away from this. So become allergic to misery. The other thing I have to say is that whatever it is that we are up against, our point of view is very important. So let's say that we are going through, no, not let's say, we are going through the pandemic. And we have been affected, all of us, one way or another. But let's take 2 people who have been affected the same, and their circumstances are pretty much the same. We both work from home. We both have rather difficult bosses. We are doing pretty much the same work. And give me 2 different points of view. I'm running out of time and I really want to say a lot of things, so I'm not going to ask. I'm asking, but I'm also answering. So I apologize for that, but bear with me. One point of view would be, oh my God, I at least I'm not there to see his face, and distance makes things greater, and I can be the professional I want to be without being in the same room with my boss. And the other, so thank God for this pandemic. And the other one would say, I can't stand my boss, he's unbearable, etc., etc. Just stick to the fact that everything. So I'm going to give you another example that it's much easier. There was, there was this, I read this example in a book by the writers on the slide. It's called The Art of Possibility. It's a beautiful book. So that was 100 years ago, this shoe factory in the UK is sending 2 different missions in Africa with the instructions to find out if there are business development prospects in Africa for them to export shoes. So mission 1 arrives. Of course, they find everybody wearing no shoes. That's 100 years ago. So they sent a telegraph and they said, the situation is really bad. No one is wearing shoes. The other group, again, the other mission is sending a telegraph saying that no one is having shoes. Great opportunity. Let's sell them shoes. You know, this is the point of view that we see a situation while keeping a realistic eye. This is what I call positive reality. Instead of positive thinking, it's positive reality. Okay. So how do people usually react to change? We have the people that are fearful to change. Like no matter what's like, oh. And then we have people that are pioneer to change. We have people who opt to change in due time. They need their time, but eventually they see the benefit and they adopt. And then we have the people who resist to change at any cost. So who are you? Who are you? Are you the person who is a pioneer to change? Usually these people are fearless. Are you the people who you have the fear and you end up resisting until the end? Or are you the person who has the fear but eventually adapts? I trust that you all are usually people who they stick in fear, they're not going to get into association. So I trust that all of you, most of you, are empowered enough to adapt easily or in due time. But let me give you the risk involved. If you take a long time to adapt, that in-between time has a cost. So it's either gonna cost you a little bit or a lot. Has any of you seen the Walking Dead TV series? Well, in my issue, it's one of the best TV series I've ever watched. I've never thought I would like a zombie movie series, but I have. And what I learned from this, the major thing that I've seen again and again and again, is that people who survive the apocalyptic disaster are the people who adopt quickly. People who take their time, the cost of that was their own life. So in whatever, the cost in my case with the loan, it was apart from the stress that was building up inside me, it was also the financial cost. You know, I was paying more penalties and penalties and penalties. So the longer you adapt, the more the cost. Okay, so how do you manage your daily stress? I've said it before, but I will summarize it at the moment. You organize your time and you know the result. Is what Levki said before, know the purpose. Why are you doing all these things? What is the purpose? If you're involved in charity, is the purpose because you would just want to have something to do? Or is it because you know that people are counting on you, on your goodwill? If you are a parent or a grandparent, why are you doing everything that you're doing? If you're doing it because it's a checklist, it's not going to give you empowerment. If you're doing it because you are a contribution to the people you love, it's going to give you empowerment. It's going to build resilience. Operate within a professional context. Protocols. If nothing else works, remember the protocols. The protocols are there to tell you how to do anything. If you're driving anywhere, you need to know the traffic laws. If you don't know the traffic laws of your professional environment, or the norms or the regulations within your family environment, this is where false expectations are created and the relationships fell apart. Learn how to say no. If something is not your priority, you're not a bad person by saying no. And you're not saying no to the existence of the other person. You're saying no to whatever they have requested you to do. And if you can also deliver this no in a kind way. In my book, kindness is the #1 attribute I'm looking in every human being. You know, before when I was younger, I was looking for more importance. I was looking to get impressed. But nowadays, if there is no kindness, I'm out of there, even if it's a client. Then is work relations. I know that, or even personal relations. I know that we have been isolated due to the lockdown, but if you realize, if you're not just waiting for the lockdown to be removed, then I suggest we treat life as if this is it. So if I miss my friends, I call them, or I Skype with them, or I'm having a virtual party, or I send them a care package. Or, you know, the other thing that you can do, you can, when you have your break at work, you can, or even if you're working from home, you can send your friend a message saying, I have a 10-minute break at 10 o'clock. Would you like to have coffee with me? Why don't we do that? Then it's bad habits. 1 cup of coffee a day, it's lovely. 10 cups of coffee is poisonous. 1 glass of wine, it's amazing. More glasses of wine, in the long run, is going to catch up with you. Nicotine, it's a no-no. So I always find that it's very interesting when I audit my life. Audit my life, it means I put everything on the table and I'm questioning my habits. And questioning my habits is deciding, choosing not to give up. What to give up, I'm sorry. Okay, then it's work-life balance. Even if we work from home, I had another participant in a seminar the other day. She said, you know, the moment I finish working from home, I put on my jacket, I walk out of the house, I go for a walk, I come back, putting the key to the door as if now I'm returning home. I thought, wow, it was amazing. So I usually, before the pandemic, I used to give the advice to people that respect your separate roles of work and life as if you are on a stage playing one theater, and then, you know, you have to fold the role and go play another role. So to do that, in today's circumstances, it will take something more. It will take something more. There was another participant, she said she has younger kids in the house. And she said, I wear a red scarf on my hand. And we made an agreement with my kids that when I wear the red scarf, it means that mommy now works. When I take it off, it means mommy now is here with the family. So she says, it's not that the kids from time to time, they wouldn't invade her working space, but she would just show them the scarf and the trigger would be there. And the kids would just, okay, mommy works. So it's not about yelling at the kids, or it's about making new agreements. We need to navigate this time that we are going through with resilience. We really need to set new rules in place, new agreements with ourselves and with the people that surround us. Are you still with me? Yes?
We're still with you, but I've put in a note for you. We're very fastly run out of time, Avim. If we can somehow wrap up some of these wonderful little tips and techniques that I'm sure everybody's enjoying and really thinking, yeah, I want to try this. And the analogies you've been using are absolutely fantastic, really helping us, I think, relate. But I think we'll perhaps now need to wrap up our topic so that we can move on to our last speaker.
Okay. Do I have another 2-3 minutes?
Well, yeah, you can. We're actually over time already, but if you need a couple of minutes,
just
of course.
Give me another minute.
Of course.
I want to say one more thing that I find to be very important, and this is gratitude. There are two things that have been proven to really build happiness. And of course, happy people are resilient people. One of them is partnerships. So choose your partners very well. And I'm not only talking about your partner as a couple, but whatever partners you have in life, at work, in your social life, your friends, partnership is very important. And the other thing that it's very, very important is being in a state of gratitude. And how do you do that? If at any given moment, at the end of the day, if you start a habit where at the end of the day, you start writing down the 3 things that happen on this day that you're grateful about. They don't have to be big things. It could be, I attended a nice seminar. It could be my garden rose is blooming, or it could be that my cake was amazingly well. So if you do these 2 things, and a lot of other things, I'm sure we'll send you the notes. And at the end of my presentation, I have my contacts. If you need more on any information, please send me a message and I will get back to you with more information. Thank you. I'm sorry I took over, I went over time.
It's okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to cut you short, but we know that time is valuable to everybody. Thank you very much for that, Avi. As I said, I'm sure that we've all taken away, myself included, thinking about some things that you've mentioned and relating it to our everyday lives. So moving on now, we're going to address the topic of communication, and I love the word art that has been put in front of it, that Heather, which is very interesting. So the art of communication, and with us today to address this we have Heather Baker. Now Heather, very interestingly, was herself a secretary and PA for over 20 years. Before she then pioneered into the training area. So I think that that background will offer a lot to our audience today, Heather. Now, as I said, the topic is the art of communication, and with us, our time a few minutes over, we'll go straight into the presentation with Heather. Heather.
Thank you. I need to be able to share my my presentation. We've still got Avi's on at the moment.
Okay.
That's fantastic. And can you make me co-host? I don't know if I can share. Oh, I can share my screen. That's great. Lovely. And make sure I've got the chat box there as well.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on the chat box for you as well as we go along.
Thanks, I can see it.
But you can see it, great.
Yes, but it's quite hard to keep track of everything. Lovely. Oh, thank you so much for inviting me, everybody. And it's just lovely to be spending time with you all. And yep, we're doing the art of communication. So, you know, we all communicate. We can't not communicate. But the question is, are we communicating effectively? And that's what we're going to be talking about this afternoon. So obviously the topic and the theme is sustainability. And this really links into that because EIMF has chosen to take sustainability, to take responsibility for the association's impact on climate change. These goals, these intentions need to be communicated to members of IMA, but also outside of that and within our companies. We need to be communicating all of this. And Irene, you know, you mentioned that communication, we should be communicating strategies for sustainability to customers and suppliers and codes of conduct. So, you know, this is all about communicating. Lefke, you said that, you know, communicating about stress. Particularly, I love the fact that you mentioned about, you know, managers need to understand stressed people do not make you money. Happy people make money. It's fairly logical. And Avi, you just said that our perspective determines how we communicate. So really, all these presentations that we've had, for all of these, we need to be able to communicate. So that's what we're going to have a look at now. Now, in normal circumstances, when we're not in the middle of a pandemic, We communicate and pick up messages from people all the time. We're picking up messages from each other. You're picking up messages from me now. This is all going on. So type in the chat box, how do you think we pick up messages? What am I doing that enables you to pick up messages from me? So either type it in or unmute yourself, whichever you prefer. Decoding. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Catty. Oh, body language, brilliant. Yes, body language is definitely one way. What else? There's three ways we pick up messages from people. Yeah, you're listening, but what am I doing? I am speaking so that you can listen. Yes, so body language and our voice, brilliant. Voice, two aspects of voice, tone of voice, brilliant, Catty, yeah, that's right. And what else about our correct words, Diana, brilliant, yes, that's it. So 3 ways that you pick up messages from me. It's my words, it's my tone of voice, which is like the music, and it's my body language, which is the dancing. Yeah? Now, what I'd like you to think about is, what are the percentages? How much of the true message do we pick up from people's words? How much from their tone of voice, the music, and how much from the body language, the dancing? The 3 figures should add up to 100, and they're not the same. So again, type in, so we've got 7% words there, lovely. Any more thoughts from anybody on words, music, and dancing? What, another 7% words, yeah, lovely. 35 tone of voice, yes, lovely. Let's see, any more? The content, yes, let's have some percentages. 80% there for body language. That's, yeah, quite a big one there. Let's have a look. 60% body language, 13% the words. Yeah, brilliant. So quite a range. We're getting quite a range here. Let's have a look at how we actually pick up messages. 7% words, yes, spot on, those of you who got those. Now, there's the next 2, you see slightly different numbers. The main thing is the ratios and the differences. So we've got 40% for the tone of voice, and then 53%. You sometimes see 55 and 38, it can vary slightly. But the main thing is, the main way we pick up messages from people is from their body language. Next is the tone of voice, and a very small part of it is the words. So let's have a think about why this is relevant to us in our roles. This basically is happening all day, every day. We are reading people, but they are also reading us. So it's all very well thinking you're saying the right thing. If your tone of voice isn't right or your body language isn't right, then you might as well not bother, because we're not communicating our true message. So at the moment, most of our communication face-to-face is on Zoom or Teams. So we only have this, you know, and you can't see the fact that I'm sitting in my joggers and slippers. So, it's a bit pixelated. It's not as easy to read people's body language on a screen, but normally we've got all of that. How much of what we're doing at the moment is on the telephone? So we've lost more than half our capacity to get our true message across. So the words we use and our tone of voice become incredibly important. And of course, a huge amount of what we do is email and messaging. And that's all we have. Is it any wonder that we communicate our strategies and our ideas and our intentions, and people misunderstand? We receive an email and we type up a reply and we press send without any thought to the impact that our email might have on somebody. Because all we've got is the words. And if you don't even use them, the words very well, you know, we're absolutely lost. So this is so important that we're aware of how we're saying things. When I do business writing training, the fact we only have the words is huge. And I'm going to be talking a bit more about that as we go through the session. So thinking about communicating our ideas and so on. Let me talk to you a little bit more about this. The picture there of the ladies dancing, the lady in the middle is actually our elder daughter. She's a ballet teacher in Dubai. She had to fly home from Dubai when all this pandemic started, but she's back now and it's okay. But I actually have two daughters as well. Another one is also in the UK. And when they were little, they would run around in the supermarket and I'd go, don't do that. And actually, you know, I could have said sausages. It didn't matter. My tone of voice said, Mum is not happy. Actually, I could have just waved my finger at them and they would have got the message. Now, if you'd have arrived here today and said, oh, yeah, we've got Heather's going to be doing a presentation on the art of communication. Hi, Heather, how are you? I'm fine. What's the message you've got? Yeah, not fine. Yeah, but the words were, I'm fine. Yeah, but you didn't take any notice of that. You looked at my body language mainly and listened to my tone of voice, because that's where the true message comes from. So we're, as exceptional assistants, we are very tuned in to all of this, and we're very aware of how we're speaking to people as well. So we've thought about body language a little bit. I just want to say one more thing to you. Those of you who've got your cameras on and so on, I'd like you to show me the body language of a person who's not very confident. So just on the screen there, that's it, yeah. That's the thing, yeah, brilliant. Now show me the body language of a confident person. What did you all do? Yeah, sat up straight. That is the secret to being an exceptional assistant. So goodbye, everybody. Yeah, no. It sort of is. If somebody is making you feel small, making you feel intimidated, our tendency is to go into ourselves, you know, become very fetal in our body language. What we should do is be assertive, not aggressive, but have assertive body language, standing up straight, not playing with our hair or covering our mouths, these sort of things. So very confident body language, which just closes the gap between aggressive people and you feeling very passive. So again, talking to people about our plans for sustainability, we have to do it with confident body language, confident tone of voice. It's all very well knowing the words, but if we're looking very apologetic about it, then we're not going to convince people. And we're going to talk more about that later on. Okay, everybody all right? Thumbs up? Yeah, you're okay, lovely. Let's think about tone of voice next. Oh, sorry, no, I've got a body language one. Again, I'll show you these very quickly. Just the way body language gives different impressions and so on. And of course, animals, you know, they do body language as well. So how many ways could we say these? Now, I'm not looking for different words. I'm looking for different tone of voice. So it's the same word, but different tone of voice. So, hello, hello. Hello, yeah. Changes the meanings straight away. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Different tone of voice conveys different messages, so we have to be really careful. When will it be ready? When will it be ready? When will it be ready? Yeah. So many different ways. And then I mentioned this a couple of times. You can put so much aggression into things or become very passive. I mentioned it a couple of times. Yeah, it's so many different ways that we can come across. So let's have a look at tone. These are the range of tone. So we've got on the left-hand side, we've got sit down, sit down. Will you please sit down? Please sit down. Would you care to take a seat? And that's our range of tone. Now, in business, we generally need to be at please sit down. Never sit down, because that's aggressive. It's unpleasant, it's impolite. We don't speak to people. However rude they are to us, we do not lower ourselves to be rude to people. And I loved when Avki said about, just always kindness. It's really important. Equally, we don't really want to be at the far right-hand side. Oh, would you care to take a seat? Do let me just wipe it for you first. Really sort of smarmy, toady, we don't want that. So please sit down. We may occasionally be, will you please sit down? If we're slightly disappointed of Nicosia. We've had a bad hotel service or something like that. And we're not very happy. So we're basically trying to get into that. Please sit down, speaking to people nicely, but not overly toady in any way. I'd like you to think about this. The meaning of my communication is the response I get back, regardless of my intention. If somebody has said something to you and you are offended, and you say, oh my goodness, that's so hurtful. That's, why did you say that? And they reply, oh, you're just too sensitive. I didn't mean it like that. It's not, I was just joking. Doesn't matter. They've offended you. That is the meaning of the communication. And sometimes in our jobs, particularly when we're a bit stressed, a bit busy, and we touched on this, that we may react in a way that's not appropriate. We may run up to somebody and say, can I have those papers, quick, now? Because we're stressed and our boss is hassling us, and we've got to stop. So like with the emails, stop before you send, stop before you speak to people, stop before you pick up the phone. Because my belief is that an exceptional assistant is an emotionally intelligent leader. And that means that we are very aware of not only our own emotions, obviously, but other people's emotions. And we know that you cannot treat people the same, because people are not the same. So if we want to truly treat people equally, we may have to treat them differently. And again, going back to my daughters, both of them think the other one is the favourite. So I reckon I've got it right. But my elder daughter said to me, she was about 15, I think, at the time, and she said to me, but Mum, I know that Erin is your favourite. I said, go on then, tell me why you think that. She said, well, when we started high school, I had to go on the bus right from the first day. You took Erin in the car for the first 2 weeks. She's obviously your favourite. I said, right, Elsa, how old were you the day you started high school? She said, well, I was 12. She said, yeah, it was my 12th birthday, because her birthday's September, so she's always the elder one. I said, right, how old was Erin? Well, she was 11. I said, yes, but how long had she been 11? Oh, about a month, maybe, 3 weeks. She was basically a year younger than you. Both of you went on the bus when you were ready. And in that way, I treated them equally. So she sort of huffed and said, whatever, and, and went up. She's not like that now. But it is, and this is in work. We cannot treat people the same. We have to treat people as they like to be treated. So again, when we're getting over our ideas and our intentions with sustainability by just saying, right, this is what we're going to do. Some people may like that, some people won't. They want to be asked in a different way. So we cannot just speak to people exactly the same. And I think one of the most emotionally unintelligent things I hear people say is that, oh, I treat everybody the same. I'm a very fair person. I treat everybody the same. Actually, that means you're not very emotionally intelligent, because we treat people in the way they like to be treated, because it's all about making people feel valued. You probably have heard a quote from Maya Angelou, who said, Generally, people will forget what you do. They'll generally forget what you say, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And goosebumps. I mean, that's just makes me tingle. It's just an amazing statement. People will always remember how you made them feel. And to be really successful in your careers, it's this making people feel valued. And as I say, that's not always treating people exactly the same. Okay, so let's have a think about where we're up to so far. We've thought about the different aspects of communication and how we communicate with people, mainly body language and so on, and sort of treating people the same. And remember, the meaning of your communication is the response you get back. So let's now think about building rapport with people, building relationships with people. This is actually NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. And it's actually taught to salespeople. I'm not teaching you to do this as selling. I'm talking about this to help you influence people. Because one of the things with sustainability is you're going to have to persuade people. I like a steak, you know, and when this is about, you know, it's as bad as going on a plane. And I go on planes a lot as well for business, although I haven't for the last year. I'm thinking, oh dear, yeah, this is all my fault. The world's falling apart and it's all my fault. So we've got to persuade people to fit in with this. So how can we do this? We do this by building a good rapport. Now, we have good rapport with people. We meet them, we like them straight away. That's great. But sometimes we don't. So that rapport just doesn't happen. But if it doesn't, we can create it. And this is how we do it. 4 steps to creating rapport. First of all, non-verbal. If somebody walks in the room and they have really aggressive body language, I'm sure most of us would be a little bit, oh, you know, like this, we don't like it. As I said, the worst thing you can do, though, is to become very passive in your body language. You've got to stand up straight. So it's not a case of mirroring people's body language, but it's making sure that you're closing the gap between aggression and passivity. So just making sure you stand up straight. And then, of course, the tone of voice. These won't surprise you. This is the way we communicate. If somebody's very loud, don't become terribly quiet. So try and close that gap. And then language. If we speak the same language, we've got a rapport. But there's sort of another step to that as well. Regional. I'm sure you all have these in your mother tongues. But, you know, in England, for example, yeah, some people call the evening meal tea, some call it dinner, some call it supper. It's all to do with where you come from. If you find you are using the same words as somebody else, you'll probably have a rapport because it suggests a shared culture, a shared background. So by using similar words to somebody, it actually can create a rapport. And you can do this today. When you go back to work later on, or next week now, isn't it? When you go back to work next week and you're sending emails, if you are replying to somebody, use the sign off that they've used. So if they said kind regards, you say kind regards. If they say best wishes, you say best wishes. So you're using their language. And then finally, beliefs. Now that could be literally that you are of the same religion. Immediately there's a rapport. But it's also your ethics, your standards. We like people who work as hard as we do. It might be that we support the same sports teams, or we have the same breed of dogs, or we've got children the same age, these sort of things. It's things that are important to us. And again, I'll come back to that later. So in this way, we get to, we're working with somebody, we can build a rapport with them, and then hopefully we're in much better placed to persuade them and influence them with ideas of sustainability and any other ideas that we want in our roles. Now, there is a bit of science to this, of course, and that's Ashby's law of requisite variety, and that is a chameleon. And this is what Ashby's law of requisite variety says. But if you have more flexibility in your thoughts and behaviours than other people, then you can influence the outcome of the interactions with those people. Now, in all the PA training that I do, flexibility is big. It's, you know, it's up there for two reasons. One, as an assistant, your manager will probably ask you to arrange trips or events, and then he'll say, sorry, we've got to change it all now. And, you know, talking about stress, oh my goodness, I used to be stressed. I remember I used to arrange trips for my boss when he was the MD of a television company, and he would go for meetings in Hollywood because we made films as well. And, you know, you were setting up meetings with the likes of Ted Turner and people like that, you know, it's Hollywood moguls. And then he'd say, I can't go now. And I said, for God's sake, you know, I booked all these flights, I booked these hotels and changed it all. And, you know. And then one day, and this is absolutely going back to what Avi said, one day I thought, the nature of his job is that everything changes like that. My job is to sort it. And I can always remember one day my MD came to me and he's like going, Heather, I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to change all those plans. I said, no, that's fine. That's what happens. It's the way he looked at me. He said, who are you and what have you done with Heather? I said, this is, you know, this is our job. This is what we do. And it was that choosing not to be stressed about what was my job. And, you know, there's no point in stressing about what's your job, basically. But then that's that flexibility. But also an assistant has to be flexible in their thoughts and behaviours, because we have to deal with so many people, building relationships now, you know, being strategic and so on. We're no longer tea and typing. We have to be able to deal with people. And that means that because people are all different, we have to deal with them differently so that we deal with them in a way that will work best with that person. So again, when you're thinking about introducing the sustainability and so on, it's what's the best way to ask this person? It might not be the same as asking somebody else. So lots of flexibility. Everybody all right? Are there any questions that we have at the moment or anything you want to say? I keep seeing a few comments coming up, but I like the well said, Heather. Thank you, Catty, for that. That's always a nice comment.
I think people are relating to a lot of what's being said and nodding at their heads and making little comments.
Oh, that's great.
Which I think is good, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, let's continue then. So we've talked about the body language, which obviously is the big one. And we've talked about the tone of voice. So now I'd like to have a think about written, about the words, because this is incredibly important. And it's also some of what I talk about in this also applies to speaking with people as well. So I've put quite a bit of it under words. So keep your minds open on this, and we'll, you know, any problems we can chat about it. So first of all, I think this is a really, really key point, and it's such a small thing. The email is simply a letter sent electronically. So many people, you hear them, don't you? And they say, oh, emails are much more informal. You know, they're just, you know, they're not important, not as important at all. Now, do you know, I'll tell you where I think this comes from. I've been working a long, long time. And in, I think it was 1988, I sent my first work email. And I was working for ICI Pharmaceuticals at the time, which of course is now AstraZeneca. And I sent an email from the sales offices where I worked to the one of the laboratories, a guy who was in one of the laboratories. And then I phoned him up. And I said, hi, it's Heather here. I said, I've just sent you an email. Have you got it? I said, oh, just a minute, Heather. And he just tap, 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 tap. Yes, I have. Have you just sent it now? I said, this second. I said, it's amazing. It's, oh, I can't believe it, you know. Now, the thing was, in those days, emails tended to be internal because you had your own network, your company network. So therefore, they were memos. So therefore, they were informal. Nowadays, we send emails anywhere. you know, to royalty, to governments, to, you know, whatever, you know, emails can go anywhere. So there are formal emails and informal emails, as there were letters and memos. So it's exactly the same. So we cannot treat an email differently because it's only the fact that it's sent electronically, a little bit of layout and things like that, but basically treat emails exactly as you would any other written document. Don't treat them differently. Now, I've done a lot of training in writing. I've written books and so on, which you can find all this at the website, which I'll give you the link to later. But what I want to focus on today is the persuasive communication, particularly because, as we say, we've got these ideals, these intentions with sustainability, and we're going to have to influence people. We're going to have to be persuasive in our communications. I'm talking about this in the context of writing, but this actually is relevant to speaking to people as well. So let's have a look at how we can be persuasive. First of all, high standards. Little tick. Well done. We've written, our emails are good, very well written. There's no grammatical errors. There's no spelling mistakes. We've thought about really getting our message across clearly. And I don't know, sometimes I get emails, I'm sure you do, where you read it and you get to the end and think, what? What am I supposed to do? What's this? You know, you just don't understand it. So make sure you're not the person sending those. Also, make sure that it's suitable for that person, that you've thought about how you communicate with that person. And then get rid of those business cliches. Now, obviously, I'm talking here about English, but I'm sure you have them in Greek, Finnish, French, you know, all the other languages that we've got here today. But obviously, English is my speciality, and that's what I'm going to talk about. And I'm actually on a mission to rid the world of business cliches, because when we are writing to people, we are building a relationship with them. When you're writing to people about whatever it is you want to persuade them to do or whatever, they should feel that that email is written to them. It might be going to lots of people, but they should feel it's written to them. They should feel they are sitting next to you and you are talking to them. Now, obviously, we have templates, and if you've got to send the same email 100 times, you're going to be using a template. But generally, at the level that I imagine most of you are at, we need to tailor those templates to that person, to our relationship, to make them feel valued. So you might have 100 emails, 1,000 emails to send out explaining something that's going to happen about the new sustainability ideas in the organisation. But particularly, say you were sending it to one of the directors, a little opening. I wanted to make sure you were aware of this, and you know, then just a little bit to make them want to read it. We think this will a lovely thought, and we think this will help your bottom line. You know, so again, we're just thinking really what will make this person read it. Now, why I've got a thing about business cliches is that they are really not personal at all, and it's things like, we trust this is satisfactory, but if you have any queries, please do not hesitate to contact me. How many times do we read that? And what does it actually mean? You know, is that person standing there thinking, oh, should I contact them? Oh, I'm hesitant. I don't know. You know, it's become a cliche. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong. There's nothing wrong with it, but you know, it's overused. That's what a cliche is, something that is just overused so that it almost loses its meaning. So have a little think for a moment and then type in the chat box another way you might write that so that it's from your heart, it's you. Still polite and so on. Let's get some examples in there. I'll have a drink. Let's discuss further at your convenience. Yeah, that's nice. Please contact me should you need additional information. Lovely. Still perfectly polite. You know, really nice. You know, I hope this is what you wanted. Do get in touch if you need any more information. You've still got a formal version or an informal version, but make it always at your disposal. Yes, Stella, you got a D there. No, that's great. Always at your disposal. Yeah. So it's saying it in words. Imagine that person sitting next to you. How about this one? I am writing to inform you. Okay. First of all, I am writing. Talk about stating the obvious. You wouldn't say to somebody, I'm just walking up to you to say, you know, so why do we have to tell people we're writing? Simply say, I wanted to let you know, or I thought you would be interested. So what was that personality know? Okay. Let me brief you on. That's a nice one, yeah. Or it might be that you've met the person before and you say, oh, well, when we met, you said you were interested in this, so I wanted to let you know. So making it, you know, to get that person feeling that you remember them, you value them. And then at your earliest convenience. It's a rather passive statement, that, isn't it? If somebody says to me, oh, at your earliest convenience, you say, oh, just chuck that in the bin, you know. Tell people, be assertive. If I could have this by Friday, I'd really appreciate it. You know, let me know if you can't get back to me this week. So be assertive when you're communicating. And then, oh my goodness, this is a terrible one. Please find enclosed herewith for your information. Right, first of all, enclosed herewith is what we call tautology. That's saying the same thing twice, because herewith and enclosed means the same. Also, if it's an email, we attach, we don't enclose. And then please find, I have a real problem with that. It's like, oh, look what I found. It's like, why not just say, I enclose or I attach? Thought you'd be interested in, you know, and yeah, definitely, Artemis. We don't say enclose, unless it is a letter, but we tend to not use it. I'm sending you. Yeah, lovely. Just make it different. But do be careful. Don't simply change a phrase and then always use that. Otherwise, that then becomes your cliche and it sort of defeats the object. So I'm not saying any of these are wrong. And I know I'm talking about English, and, you know, English is not necessarily your first language. So I know it's not easy, but it's something to think about, because it really makes your communications stand out from everybody else's. And I'll give you an example. And I'm so sad that I didn't actually keep the letter, but I tell this story. I was working in Kuala Lumpur doing some training, and I was staying in one hotel and training in the hotel next door, and to get between them you walked through a very high-end shopping mall, and there used to be a policeman on guard outside the Omega shop with a gun, you know, this sort of thing. But so it's all a bit scary. But one day, but I just walked through, and that was it. One day I arrived, and there's a barrier, you know, a big sort of like you have at the airport, a thing to walk through, a scanner. And I just sort of said to the man with the gun, because he'd seen me every morning, hello, you know, I'm just going through. He said, sorry, do you have your pass? I said, no, but I come through every day. And he said, but you need a pass. I said, well, I didn't know that. He said, you should have had a letter through your door. And I thought, oh dear, because I did. And it was absolutely full of cliches. And I'd just sort of gone, thrown it in the bin. It was so badly written. And I think, oh God, we should have kept it. It would have been great. But of course, I'd thrown it in the bin, so that was why. But these cliches, you know, it does make your writing not stand out, and we want to stand out. So yeah, brilliant. Okay, so let's go back to our list now. So that was the cliches. Next on our list is, what does your reader want? What is important to your reader? What are their priorities? Because again, you know, that can help you tailor what you want to ask them for. So trying to be persuasive, what's important to them. So again, we talked about the bosses with the bottom line and so on. People will sit up and take notice if you will sit up and take notice of what makes them sit up and take notice. You might want to read that again. people will sit up and take notice. If you will sit up and take notice, what makes them sit up and take notice? Do I have your attention now? Yeah. I don't feel a presentation is valid unless it has George Clooney in it, but that's just me. So hopefully there's something for everybody there. Okay. Solutions, not problems. If you want your manager to do something, tell them how it will solve a problem for them. Don't ask them, this has happened, what should I do? Say, this has happened, this is what I thought we could do. Our company is not being as, we've not got very good press because we are not being very sustainable. We're not thinking about the climate. Here's what I thought we could do to get better publicity for our organization by showing that we are actually friendly to climate change and we're trying to do what we can. So give anything you want to introduce on this sustainability, give it to your managers as a solution, not as a, we need to get more sustainability, what should we do? Because they you know, particularly senior managers, they don't want to know that. They want to know what could you offer to them. And then try and avoid all those long words, you know, words, just using long words for the sake of it to sound intelligent. It just looks, it looks ridiculous. It's, you know, it's not a good idea. So keep it good, simple language, saying things in these. If the long word is the best word, that's great. I'm not saying don't use words. I love words, but don't use long words just for the sake of it. And then, what's in it for me? If ever you want to persuade people to do something, tell them how they will benefit. And again, this is not just in written. So, you know, you've had this day today and we think, right, we really need to get some good ideas going for sustainability. So you go there with your potential solutions and tell your managers how it will benefit them, the bottom line, the organization, or them personally. You know, make sure it's the what's in it for me. And then finally on this one, turning bad news into good news. It's what politicians call spin. So what happens sometimes is we will go to, if we have to tell somebody something or ask them to do something and we know they're not going to be happy about it, we tend to go in very negatively. I'm really sorry about this, and you know, whereas actually what we need to do is turn it round and turn it into good news. So it doesn't come across as so negative and makes people feel down. Because again, we want to make people feel good. That's a great thing. So I'm going to show you an example of writing something as bad news. And I'd like you to take a minute or so and rewrite it as good news. So here we go. We are sorry to announce that the staff cafeteria will be closed for refurbishment and won't open again until the 27th of January. We're sorry for any inconvenience this may cause you, but until then, we'll be providing sandwiches. So would you all take a few minutes and write that as good news rather than bad news? If you want to put any of your thoughts in the chat box, that would be great. Or if you want to unmute yourself, I don't mind.
This one's obviously needing a little bit of thought.
Yeah, well, and you're all, I'm so in awe, you're all doing it in English as well. And, you know, if I was asked to do something in Greek, it would be a whole different thing. Oh, let's have a look, Nikki.
Go on then, let's see, they're coming in
we've
now.
got a few. Good news, sandwiches are being served as our cafeteria will be refurbished. Good news, yeah, happy to announce, lovely. Please be, yeah, get rid of the please be informed, Catty. Yeah, fresh sandwiches will be provided to all of you until the cafe. Oh, lovely. Thank you for understanding. Pleased to announce. Yeah, lovely. Somebody will close providing sandwiches. Okay, madam. Thank you, Kathy. I'm becoming teacher now, aren't I? Sorry. Oh, yes, free sandwiches, Simone. I'm going to work in your company. Yeah. And yeah, this is to inform you, refurbish, good news, very pleased to inform you. Yeah, these are great. These are brilliant. And oh, so much different. Yeah, so much better. They really are. Okay, I'll show you my version now. Well, first of all, let me talk you through this one. So we start off by saying we're sorry. So we're straight away apologetic, you know, that's nice, but there comes a point where you can be a bit over apologetic. Again, something I talk about on the training we do. And it will be closed. Closed is definitely a bit negative, isn't it? And it won't open again. So we're really, really negative. We've got sorry again, we're still sorry, and sorry for the inconvenience. We're getting a bit in the realms of cliches there as well. And then we've got a but. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about words in a moment, but is a very negative word. Until then, we'll be providing sandwiches. Hey, oh, that's quite good. Let's have a look. Yours are great. This is my version, which is very similar to all of yours. We are delighted to announce that the refurbished staff canteen will be open on the 27th of January. In the meantime, we've arranged for sandwiches to be delivered to our offices. Yay! Now, the thing is, it is annoying, the canteen, the restaurant, the cafeteria is going to be closed. But let's just take them all beyond that, to the fact that they're going to have a nicely new refurbished one. And I always remember I was doing some business writing training with a group, and there was a lady who worked at a doctor's surgery, and we did this, and she just said, I have to go back to work now. What? She said, well, our waiting room's been refurbished, and her notice she put on the door was exactly like the first version. She said, I've got to go back now and change it all. So that was the first thing she was going to do when she went back, was to make it much more positive. So yeah, it's I'll just take this off now. It does make a big impact on how people see you and how people react to what you're doing. So by simply the words that you use and getting the tone right, and obviously your body language as well. And I was talking about the word but. If I said to you, you did a really good job organising that conference, but the parking didn't really work out, how would you feel? Bit down, bit negative perhaps, yeah. It's like, you know, everything before the but is forgotten. So let's change the but to an and. We have to change it slightly, but instead we say, well done, the conference went really well, and if we can sort the parking next year, that would be great. So there's hope, you know. And instead of saying, oh, you've not got that right, you've not got that right yet. Again, it gives hope. Watch out for the words actually. I have actually mentioned that. It sort of injects venom in there, doesn't it? You know? And the words just, particularly as in, I'm just an assistant. Never use the word just to define your role or what you do. If you need to go to your manager, you don't knock on the door or put your head around the door and say, sorry, could I just ask you a question? Say, excuse me, could I ask you a question? Because you are doing your job, so don't apologize for doing your job. And by using that just, you are demeaning everything you do. So get used to these phrases, these words that we use, and the tone of voice we use, and the body language that we've got. You know, if you're peeping round the door, sorry, can I just ask you? You know, excuse me, could I ask you? And you're going in. It creates such a great perception. And I talk about positive perceptions again in the training, because it's bad enough that the world have these negative perceptions of our role, of our profession. We should be out there reinforcing those positive perceptions and saying, you know, look, this is who we are assistants. We are here to work with our managers for the success of our organisation. And remember that we work with our managers, not for our managers, with our managers for the success of our organisation. Now, obviously, when you're listening to people as well, it's really important that you watch their body language and they're listening to the tone of voice as well as the words. This shows your emotional intelligence. And then let me mention social media, because that is now part of business writing. Everything you put on social media should reflect well on you, your organisation, and I'm talking about work social media as well, but use that persuasive communication to get people to go to the website, to go and read the article. So using exactly the same techniques. So, you know, that you're wanting to show people articles about sustainability, tell them, here's something that might help our bottom line, and a link. Ooh, you know, you'll get the CEO going through that straight away. So, you know, just thinking about that persuasion. Oh, sorry. Go on there. There we go. I was trying to get the chat box up because I can see somebody has put something in the chat box. There we go. Oh, no, that's all right. Little is another word to ditch as well. Oh, that's a great one, Catty. I always remember somebody said to me once, and bearing in mind at this point I was PA to the managing director of Granada Media, and I'd had to work a bit late, and they said, Heather, if you have to do a little letter or something and you're going to be late, can you let me know? You know, you try, I'm not going to punch her. I'm not going to punch her. It was demeaning what I did, you know, and it just, you know, oh, I've got a little job. We're having a little meeting of all the PAs, you know, this sort of thing. Just don't go for it. So let's have a look. It's a basic human right to be able to express ourselves perfectly and effectively. So go out there and be absolutely brilliant, everybody. And thank you very much for your time. Join me on social media, please do. All the links are at the website. I've got a company Facebook page, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, all the rest of it. Also, I am yours forever now you've invited me. So if tomorrow, or well, not tomorrow maybe, but if next week you think, oh, we should have asked Heather that, then contact me. And if you've enjoyed it, you know, tell people, that'd be absolutely great. And yeah, thank you so much. And I hope to see you all in person in Cyprus, hopefully.
Thank you very much for that, Heather. I think once again from Heather we heard things that we all related. I think there was some very interesting things that came out there, and especially since we all work in a very international environment a lot of the time. I think it's worth noting the comments made about language. That often when we talk to people in our own language, we kind of take for granted that they understand, but often we have to do with people that are actually their first language is not English, and we need to change the way we communicate with them or the way we write to them so as to both be comprehensible, but also to ensure that our tone, as rightly put, Heather, actually comes across as it should.
Yeah. Lovely.
Now, before we move on, I'd like to open the floor for questions from all our speakers. So if anybody has questions either for Irene, for Lefki, for Avier, for Heather, you can unmute and, you know, let's share them. If you want to continue using the chat, this is your opportunity now to ask your last questions from our experts here with us today. Anybody like to share a question with any of our speakers?
You can always contact me later.
I'm sure they will. I think, as Heather also said, of course, we're all contactable, so feel free to contact any of us at any time. Anybody? I've got some very lovely notes. Thank you all for your lovely words. I will say that because I've got some very lovely comments come through throughout. Well, it looks like we don't have any other questions. So let me just see one more that perhaps came in. Okay, I think we don't have any other questions. So from myself, I'm going to hand you back to Janet, where we began, to finish off. Janet, do you have something that you would like to say before we do our final goodbyes? You'll need to unmute, Janet.
Sorry. Yeah, I was saying that I just want to say, wow. I hope you all agree with me that this has been such an awesome training with excellent content, tips, advices, techniques from our speakers. At least myself, I will make sure that I adapt everything. I will try at least to adapt everything that I have learned today during this training. I read somewhere that attending training is like taking vitamins, but surely it's more than that. And as very rightly said, during the recent EXEC Global Conference, training is an investment. Heather, I'm not sure if that was you who said this. Sorry, there were so many speakers that it's difficult to remember, but surely attending trainings is an investment in ourselves, something that we should always remember. I really hope that everyone got the most out of this training day on sustainability and already feel the drive for a positive change. So are we ready to become sustainability leaders, lady? Thumbs up.
I think they are, Janet. I think they are.
I believe we all are, and we can start doing this together. I will not.
Thank you.
Sorry, yes?
Sorry, Janet, carry on.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say that I don't want to take much of your time. Everyone is tired. I just want, before closing, to say a big thank you to our 4 trainers, Irene Lukaidis, Lefki Angeli, Avgi Savidou, and Heather Baker, for everything, for their outstanding presentations, for the time, for the effort, for spending their Saturday with us. Thank you very much. A big thank you also to EIMF for the impeccable support for organizing our training day, our lovely moderator, Sophie Kyriakou, and also a big thank you to our national PRO, Styliana Bondiki-Drej, and our deputy PRO, Simone Kyriakou. Simone, where are you? You're there. They have been tirelessly working towards organizing our today's training day. And finally, of course, a big thank you to you all for being here today with us and for sharing this learning experience. Have a wonderful weekend. And once again, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for that, Janet. And a final goodbye from us. It's been our pleasure to join you today. And for sure, everybody, I'm very confident has taken away lots of it. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, everybody.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend. It was a very great